defense, we do see a Sova, and an agent we haven't seen just yet today.
Yeah, actually very similar to the last game with Mirror Comps with the Brimstone Cypher Sage Breach with one agent being different. We see Sova on defense, and that is going to be the Rays on offense. Say last time we saw the team with the Rays ended up winning that out in no small part due to her fragging power, but definitely remains to be seen right now as getting aggressive in to B. It looks like one player playing alone up on A right there for the attackers, so gonna have to see if they can find anything, maybe just there to make some noise, but Spike being dropped in market right now signals to me that there's not going to be a push anytime soon.
Yeah, Raze is just better. Does take a little bit of damage already. Wall right here by the stairs. Bird kills. Waiting on the long angle. It's not able to find anyone just yet. They are pushing up quite slowly. Shift walking all the way through. A couple of heals go out from that Sage. Does look like they're waiting. Pop the C4 to open up that wall, but the smoke comes down just to provide a little bit more cover. Not willing to push through that. They are going to go down in the trenches for a rotation. By the looks of it, all the way to A. One staying by mid does push over. I'm not too sure if anyone's seen the one by mid, but he is surrounded by two members hugging by that B.
But that's a really good position to catch out any rotators, though. If they don't check it, but ooh, there is Mashed coming in, catching out D-Field up in heaven. The Breach Judge going to come back in, though. Burkill is going to trade that out onto Manly, but the frags are all going into the attacker's favor right now. That Spike, it looks like, is getting planted right there. And there is Nez, that mid-rotator, getting taken out by Joppy in upper heaven. But the frags and positioning are in the attacker's side. It would be absolutely huge to win this pistol round here. Get that round on the board.
They are not completely aware of all their positions as well, as you do see Joppy still checking his 6 as he does go for a rotate all the way around and leave heaven. Moving into the A side.
Pushing back through T main. It looks like great shot by Mash. Gonna find 3. Wow. Dave gonna take out Wood right there. The Cypher kill as he gets 3 in a row!
Amazing!
The absolute mad lad gonna clutch this out. Not much time left on the bomb, but it should be enough. Gonna get that defuse in, and it looked really bad there for a second, but the defenders will win this. And just like last round, not 100% sure on which team is which right now. But so we've got Bird Bombers on green, which means we have Ronalds on red right here. They'll be switching during the halftime, but gonna expect to see a lot of those green rounds coming in right here. Would have been great kind of for the narrative of this if you could see those pistol round come in. This is probably the round that the attackers have the best chance of winning, just because everything's on even ground. Hey. But
hi guys.
But looking from.
I mean, if you want to talk about narrative as well, we gotta talk about Dave from Bunnings coming in clutch, not only with that triple kill, but also with the sausage sizzles around just to provide for everyone in the COVID-19 2020 lockdown. Oh my gosh, a whole lot of chaos ensues as City J lands a 3K right on top of his own teammate Joppy. And there we go, 4 members of the attacking team. Ronald's just being wiped out in a matter of seconds, really. One man touching it out, but there we go. Not going to be able to connect with any of that just yet. Bird Bombers win their second round.
You know what? Good on Ronalds. They said, all right, this is, we know how CT sided this map is. We just lost pistol. Let's just full save, get it over with. They ran in. Unfortunate that, especially we saw, who is that? That's Joppy with the Sage getting the slowdown on about 4 people in that little kind of beat a mid cubby. And then Slitty was able to just run in and kind of mow him down. But kind of expected, I would say, for that round to go that way. So here's where the game really starts, right? We see I see a Spectre and a Judge for defense right here. So that'll be interesting. Dave himself, the legend, on the Judge, holding close B lower. They push that, may see some kills coming, may also see him do 80 damage and get traded out very quickly. But Joppy on that Spectre as well. So some weaknesses should they be, kind of identified, but some more slow play we see again. Bomb and Sewers. Interesting play.
Just making sure that they've got all the angles covered as they push through. Does look like Nez is waiting for the right time to throw some of these paint shells. A looks quite barren. I mean, a couple of defenders there, and only one attacker trying to push that site, but not too much focus down. But mid has 4 members of Ronald's pushing up aggressively. Only 2 members from the Bird Bombers to maybe try to cover that, but they may be able to make something work. C4 goes out through the smoke. Will Nez pop that anytime soon? I'm not too sure. It is waiting, and it is ready for him to use it.
Oh, here comes the sewers Congo line.
Wow.
Going all the way back to... And there is Mashed getting a kill. The 1A player finding that entry onto the enemy breach. That's going to, open up a ton of space right there. The spike's getting in. Nothing's going to be able to stop this plant. We see one up in heaven as Dave from Bunnings lurking with that judge still on B. Not going to have too much fun having to rotate into anything, but Slitty finding another kill there. Getting it onto Nez. The ult coming out onto site. Not going to hit anyone, though. No one was even positioned near the spike, but... all this time passing is just more and more in the favor of the attackers right here.
A couple of shots go down long. Doesn't land any kills just yet, but will be taken by Slitty yet again. And there we go. 2 members. 1 member on the Ronalds all by himself. Sage not going to last too long himself, and the defuse will be successful for Bird Bombers.
Yeah, very similar to pistol round too. We see, offense get those opening frags. Really, the attackers, Ronald's getting in onto site with, what looks to be a pretty good setup, but just unable to hold it. And I mean, that's kind of the issue with A on this side, is that you have to plant so far away in so many long angles that it's very easy to retake. If you don't just get kind of massacred right off the bat. So, great job though by Bird Bombers, able to play it slow, play it cautious. Clear out space, take their fights, win them, and get that 3-0 going.
We're seeing a couple of sheriffs getting picked up as well. Value, apparently. But definitely a handgun, revolver that is starting to get a little bit more popularity with a lot of the teams. Wall coming out already from the defenders, blocking off Manly, anyone in mid-bottom.
Yeah, Joppy pushing up with it, catching out Nez in sewer is just, kind of one of the things that your defender privilege gets you on this map. Mid has 2 ways. You can smoke out one, you can wall out one, go for a quick peek on the other. And since they know that they're not on full buys right here on Bird Bombers, know that Ronald is not on full buys, able to kind of use that gun advantage. Sage not even taking that much damage to use her heal, but already one down.
I'm seeing another Congo line come from mid-bottom all the way through mid. I'm not too sure if they're going to rotate into sewers yet again, pushing to A, but 4 to 5. They can still make something happen here, but they just need to be a little bit more decisive where they want to go. Does look like Bird Bombers have a pretty strong hold on that mid. Holding a really tight angle. Mash might be using the flashpoint through a wall here. Unsure of what you're deciding to do. Couple of shots go through. Doesn't land anything. Slitty J with an earlier kill on the Manly. And there we go. Bird Bombers pick up a nice 3k D-field with a double. And it's just Cypher left on that attacking team. Doesn't look good for the man so far. And there will be a flawless round for the defenders.
Yeah, and I mean, just that round started off poorly with Joppy pushing up, getting that kill onto Nez early, and it just kind of spiraled down from there. I mean, I'm kind of looking to see Ronald's try a B hit eventually. They're bringing Spike A, so I don't know how likely that's going to be, but I feel like there are ways to get onto site here. If you really want to get that plant off, especially in save rounds, maybe you get kill going through it, but they have the Sage wall on, the attackers. They have Brimstone able to drop things in. They have Breach able to get those wall flashes through. So you just wall up kind of the run up from be lower. Even if you drop 2 or 3 people to get the Cypher, you should be able to get bomb down, get yourself some money in the next round, some ult points. Manly, though, going for a pick up in mid. Gonna get hit back, forced to heal himself back up there. Again, that kind of Sage privileges. Match, though, finds another entry into A. Again, taking out Burkills. We saw that happen in the 3rd round as well when they were able to get in on site but ended up losing it to the retake. Joppy going to drop down, see Burkills backing out of A main, not looking to commit to that. Going to take his frag and leave. As more kind of pressure coming up in mid right here. Haven't seen it worked out too frequently, but maybe this time will be different.
It does seem like a bit more of an even game this time. Had the premonition, but didn't follow through with it. Slitty J will be able to capitalize on his mistakes and pick one up. He does get picked up and refragged by Mash, but Nez picks up one for himself as well. So this time the attackers may be able to make something happen, but it does look like Wood does get caught trying to put down a couple of tripwires himself.
Oh, the Slitty res. That's not what you want to see if you're attacking right now. He's the last guy you want to see getting a second chance to shred your team. And what was 3-2 in favor of the defenders is now
not like this Joppy
against them. And Mashed almost beefing that kill after getting the ult onto Joppy. But 2v2 right now. And there is the Brimstone ult going to force Mashed out. Nez, though, going to take out Slitty. 1v1 between Dfield and Nez. Nez playing up in heaven has the height advantage, but gives away his position with that nade. Guesses the wrong corner. Dfield takes him out. Should have time to defuse this as well. And just a little bit, just fall a little bit short on Ronalds right there. Could easily be up 3-2 right now, and we'd be in a very different game. But
I feel like Nez didn't have to be that aggressive in those last few seconds. It was very close to actually popping off. And the spike was about to detonate anyway. So I think if he delayed a little bit longer, maybe it's like 10 seconds, it would have been a very different round. They might have been able to secure that for themselves. But they've let that go, unfortunately, giving up that advantage they worked so hard for. And now we see, yet again, another round go to the Bird Bombers. So Ronald's got to stop clowning. I'm just saying they need to really pull this together. Looking at the gun economy as well, not too bad, considering they have a loss streak going on, but definitely not exactly what they want. They still have those Vandals available to them, though, and a couple of Phantoms as well.
Ooh, a Sova ult I hear coming out on A. Gonna find Nez all the way back in sewers. Crazy shot by him. I'm not sure if she got marked by the recon drone. And what is that sonic arrow? That's got
a lot of range.
Yeah, I don't know if that actually sees them because of the building, but it very well could. Burkill's, though, getting himself on the board, finally putting himself back in a spot to win that breach 1v1 that keeps happening on A, it looks like. And 2 people already down on the attacker side. We haven't seen them able to clutch out rounds when they had that opening pick. So down in a 5v3, things seem even less likely here. And if there was one map for like a 3-player save to happen, it would be on Split.
Couple of pushes coming through for A duel going on around B, but I don't think that Cypher wants to take that fight. He should be reconvening with the rest of his team, but he will be caught around this corner. Doesn't get away with it. Dfield collects that, and it does look like the Sova is just doing work for his team this round. 2-5. It doesn't look good, but Manly with the spike should be able to put it down on A. They're all reconvening. They're all pushing it. They all kind of found it in the last second. He doesn't get away with it. A little bit exposed in that plant spot, but they will be punished for it. Burkill's picking up the second one as well.
Yeah, picking up a 3K there. Almost had a bit of a gaff in that fight with Manly. And letting the Sage take the defuse there. There was something about I mentioned earlier about, letting your kind of high-value ults get those free points. It doesn't get her to ult, but probably gets her just a little bit closer. Saw her use res in that last round after all, but Dfield really making that Sova work. Picked off Nez with the ult and sewers to lead off that round. And then I think flanked all the way around from the back of A through T-spawn to catch out Wood as he left B garage. So that man is on the move with Sova. Really making kind of that pick work. 7-1 as well. Behind Slitty in kills, but overall better KD ratio. I think only died 1 round, but just 6-0 for the defenders. And I mean, this isn't, completely uncomebackable, since, again, just how CT-sided this map is, but really would have liked to have seen one of these rounds come through.
Wow. Talking about ability dumps, these guys are just dumping their utility
that's
everywhere.
A lot on A.
There's smoke grenades going down left, right, and center, and ultimate came up from the Brimstone. This guy's throwing out tripwires. Everything is being pulled out right now. All the stops are off. It does look like Juppy does make it down. Barely. Heals his teammate up. Slitty J as well will be the one to try to pick up another kill. However,
we do have a res up on defense. Oh, Wood, though, taking out Slitty.
Okay.
Dave gonna trade him out, but and all the kills going back into the favor, and what was a 4v4 very quickly turns into the attackers being wiped. 7-0 coming in for Bird Bombers, looking to get a very solid showing here, and there's letting Joppy take that defuse again, 1 point closer to being able to res Slitty or Dfield most likely in a future round.
7-0 right now going to the Bird Bombers. It's quite one-sided, and it's very dominant showing from this team. Ronald's, I mean, they've showed promise, and they came really close multiple times. I was gonna say before those last few seconds in that round, that Ronald's had a real good chance. They just took a lot of gunfights that they shouldn't have. Playing at a low angle against someone in heaven at that point is not favorable. The ideal decision would have been to actually just held back and let them push you, because they had that plant down. They just needed to wait for it. They're not having issues.
Oh,
Nez!
Nez,
No, not like this.
Oh, that's tragic.
Really unfortunate.
Oh, you get iced and then mollied. Nothing you can do about that, but... Oh, Dave! Oh, almost messed up the spray there, but...
Slitty,
yeah, finding that. And sound, though! Gonna find the post-round molly kill onto Joppy there. Still no res for her, actually, but she's 1 point away. It's 1 kill, and the econ for the defenders right now is looking like a federal treasury at this point. Just everyone. 7,600 is your lowest dollar amount, whereas... got people at 400 down on offense. And one thing, though, I want to say is that, they keep finding these picks A, but I feel like, they're kind of playing the posts a little bit wrong, because they've got everyone flooding on site, which is a very traditional thing to do, but with how that point is played, you want more people playing in heaven. We see how easy it is for Bird Bombers to just get in heaven and abuse that high ground, kill everyone on site, have your one guy go plant, send one person to kind of guard him, then have that guy push up through, kind of that lower CT area, and have everyone else stay in heaven. And if you do that, you choke off, you basically turn the point into a lot, of a more difficult retake, because now you have that high ground, but I feel like they're kind of just flooding the site a little too much and grouping up.
I'll tell you what is happening, though. I feel like Bird Bombers are just manipulating the map very well, and they're dictating exactly how Ronalds are choosing to play the game. They were all gathered up by the garage, and they were just trying to push onto B, but now that they just walled it up one time with the Sage wall, they've just decided to all push up mid and maybe try to push B from a different angle. Is this exactly what they want? Maybe, maybe not, but it does look like Manly takes up another kill, refrags for his teammate, gets refragged by Joppy. It does look like a couple of more shots go out there. Does get concussed. Nez not exactly in the great position, but is able... No, will not be able. Dave from Bunnings coming in hot with that sausage sizzle. Will be able to collect another one. But it's still a 2-4 situation, and it doesn't look good for Ronald so far. There we go. Sound picking up another kill onto Dave. It does look like Sound will be dueling this Sage top to bottom, and will lose out to that vertical play.
That's not a situation you want to be in. And Manly, though, doing a good job of getting that opening frag, but unfortunately being traded back out by Joppy, who we noted was 1 point away from ult. So even though you get the trade that gives the res over to the Sage, he ended up bringing D-Field back up later in that round. And again, 9-0 right now. And I mean, hey, we saw a 9-round comeback just a few games, just a few minutes ago in our past match, but it feels like this one is just Bird Bombers really, really flexing their dominance right now.
Leaving nothing to chance. But the rounds are short, and they are going to come down to the wire. A very spread push from Ronald so far. I'm not too sure what they're trying to decide on. Maybe a little bit of scouting. They don't have much scouting available to them other than the Cypher. But even then, it's quite limited in terms of range, and if he's using that camera and if it's being made available to him. Dave puts up a couple of tripwires. They are trying to secure that B side. They don't need much more attention on it other than him. Oh
That's
my
the
god.
Brimstone ult I exactly wanted to see. Slitty not even going to try to move. Instead takes the kill he can find right after that. And oh, the wall coming out from Johnson a little bit late.
No!
Boost sound, but he runs out of ammo. Unable to get it. Wood going to find a wall bang onto Joppy. I think that's from lower, actually, as we have a B take going on a little bit. But Dave from Bunnings, the rock for his team, able to keep B held down. That spike coming into heaven, but there is Burkill's waiting. Catches Nez with Gary out in his hands. And Mash now going to trade him out, but it's still a 1v2. Mash going to maybe try to go for some sneaky, beaky rotates or so. Ultimately going to commit to A. Flashes through, doesn't find anyone. Not in a good position here. Going to be flanked as the peek comes in from Dave. Able to pick up the kill, and that's a 10-0 for Bird Bombers, making quick work of the opposition.
I have to say, Bird Bombers are doing a fantastic job this game. 3 rounds off a flawless win. Ronalds are getting bopped, dude. not doing so well either. I mean, most of them are opting for those submachine guns. Not much money left in their pockets. They are really skinned for options right now.
Now, ooh, I see Burkill's holding that breach ult out, maybe expecting an A hit, and he may have guessed right. That recon arrow going to... Ooh, that does hit there. That recon arrow we were talking about before, it does hit them up in kind of A main. And you can see the breach ult lines showing through the wall. I think that's a spectator glitch, but... Recon bolt gonna spot out Nez. There comes the orbital. He's gonna jump out, but D-Field waiting for him. Joppy pushed up in mid on the frog statue. Finds another kill, and the frags are just parading in right now for Bird Bombers. Great use of their abilities right there. That Brimstone ult. Oh! Slitty J's gun pops out from behind the box. Mash gonna be able to take him out on that, but not gonna be enough as we are 1 round away from that flawless defense half, and even worse, 1 round away from the game-clinching pistol round. You hate to see it.
Man. I mean, I'm speechless at this point because it's quite painful to see Ronalds always come close and then just drop the ball. Half the times we do see them actually come close to actually winning any rounds, they miss the shots.
Do you want to point out, though, as we can see on the scoreboard, Mashed sitting at 10 and 11, which ultimately is very respectable for KD for when you're getting rolled. Everyone else on his team is 3 and 11.
Yep.
But Wood able to take out Slitty early, and with 4 ults up, I want to see that Cypher ult try to come out ASAP. Manly, though, losing the spray fight to Joppy, going to heal himself back up there. So ultimately ends up being a 1-for-1, but you still have... Oh, and there goes another ult. They're losing with these ults, especially, and you don't want your Sage entrying that. As Manly had a res for someone that could have gone down there, but when you're the first one dead, you're not going to get to use that. Mashed, breach ulting A side, gonna hit, I believe that's probably D-Field in Bend, but the Cypher ult goes off, and oh no, Nez, finally using that rocket launcher, finds the kill onto Burkills. The bomb is going to go down. I want to see that heaven positioning come out, but they're all staying on the low ground, and we may see a repeat of a couple rounds coming through right here.
3-3 right now. They are threading the wire. Location has been revealed. Nez is not safe at this point, but may just be able to hold an angle. No, Bunnings is on to him. Picks that one up. Mash holding on the angle on A, waiting for that plant to really go off. They have a little bit of time left to them, but they need to delay as long as they can. Another headshot from Mash. David Bunning goes down, but Joppy will be able to pick up one. D-Field goes down as well, and it's breach against Sage, and no, he will not be able to land that. Joppy lends it and just barely stops him from finding a round for Ronalds. But
Mash trying his absolute hardest here to make things happen, but just not able to materialize it. That is a 12-0 on defense. And I mean, defender's advantage now is in the favor of Ronalds, but they lose 1 round, it is over, and that includes pistols, so...
It's not looking good so far, and this pistol round is going to be... I mean, it's the best shot they have, and that's apparent with the last game that we casted between Tree Hug and Mavericks Fedora, right? Pistol rounds were probably one of the few rounds that the losing team came close at all.
Yeah, both of those being really close.
Super close, and you know, this time it may be the case. However, I just feel like with a 12-0 lead, it really does tell the difference in scores and skill and proficiency with a lot of these agents.
Yeah, and I mean, we see Manly sitting in mid, getting ready to wall things down once I think a little bit more utility is committed there. Cyphercam watching for that B flank, but I mean, the ball is definitely in Ronald's court right now. You know, they need to kind of make this round happen, but thankfully for defense, they don't actually have to really do too much and just let the time run out. Wait for Bird Bombers to have to commit to something. Interesting Cypher cam from Wood all the way back up underneath a roof, basically outside of the map, looking into B short, not seeing anything, or B long, I guess. B main. Not seeing anything in that, but the spike is being walked over towards A. Everyone's coming out of sewers on those ropes right now. Brimstone smoke's about to come out. That should signal the push and the rotates if they're quick on it, but Smokes down. Here comes contact. Breach charge. Going to be in a very good spot, it looks like, by Mashed. And, oh, everyone getting hit in that choke right there. Mashed gets one. Nez gets another with a grenade. Nez gets one with the boom bot. Gary doing big work. And Dave going to finish off Mashed right here. But in a 4v2, things seem to be very much in favor of Ronald's. And they are on the board.
Wow. Okay. They turned up one time. Maybe it is the map. I don't know. It's a bit too early to say. It's still a very big lead. And there were a lot of rounds where they just weren't performing. But miracles do happen, and I am a believer of said miracles. Having said that, what do you think Ronalds really need to do in order to bring this game back for them? Now that they are on defense, they are in a better position, and like you said before, this is one of those maps where it's notoriously defender-sided.
I think what you want to do here is you want to keep Mash moving around because he single-handedly stopped that push on A, and they say, all right, they're one good player sitting on A, rush B, and that's exactly what they're doing. But Wood, picking up some work on his own, gonna get two people very quickly right there. But here are the rotates, Manly dropping down, gonna take out D-Field. Sound gets a molly kill onto Slitty. Spike's gonna go down, but Ronald's making quick work of that B push there. Mash not even having to really do too much there. Something that I'm sure is a load off of his back, figuratively and literally. As 2 rounds now. So, again, you win that pistol, you think the second round is going to come pretty much with it. So here's where the challenge, I think, really starts for them now. Because you're going to have to be playing against them into gun rounds. And Wood, they're able to get those 2 kills, but they know where he plays. They know where he's likes, probably to have his ideal tripwires and smokes. So if they can play around that, he could very much be vulnerable. And again, we still see 2 Spectres on Wood and Sound with their backs against the wall, against the full gun round from Bird Bombers. So some things to watch and some things to be concerned about.
D-Field's putting out that little... What is this called? It's a bird, right?
The owl drone. The owl drone.
Owl drone. There we go. The owl drone will be doing a little bit of scouting for himself, and a couple of putt shots going through the smoke. Unsure of if they're gonna land or not, but Slitty J just doing his due diligence and making sure that no one's pushing in. Interesting crosshair for it to be red, I suppose that positioning is very, very congested down by mid bottom. B tower as well, just holding it down. Does look like they have a pretty strong couple of long angles going through. Very aggressive push down mid. Are they going to be able to hold 4 members?
3 people sitting in B heaven right there, just waiting for them to come in. Thankfully, no Brimstone ult to smoke them out, but
they have that stim though.
Yeah, so.
Ooh.
Oh,
there we
go. I'm
go.
gonna find it onto Dave. The rest of the peaks coming in. Burkill's gonna get Manly right back though. Fortunately, not gonna be able to heal Sound there. And oh, there is Slitty finding Nez in the vent room,
Taking him off that ladder. Sound, though, again, finding a second kill for himself with that Spectre. Gonna see Sova marked in lower, but Wood not having the spray on the Spectre at that range go where he wants it at all. The spike getting into A. There's still one on it. Can Mash find the kill? He gets one. If he can stop this plant, they can win this round. Will he win the gunfight? No. Slitty able to take him out, and Sound still on B. Knows he's got someone lurking behind him in CT spawn. Will he get the kill? He will. So it's Brimstone v Brimstone for the game right now. Sound on almost no health, but he's going to have to clutch this. Otherwise, Ronalds is going to head into that lower bracket right quick.
And you know what? He barely made that plant as well. Slitty J really threading the needle on that one. Sound, licking his wounds, does rotate around the corner, has an inkling of where he might be, but Slitty J is still hidden. They don't know exactly where each other might be, but he's running out of time for that defuse. He needs to pre-fire.
Gives himself away.
Yep, gives his position away. Has the defuse right now, and he does hear Slitty J going around the corner. Might just go for the kill, and no, he will lose it out, and there we go. Ronalds dropping down into that lower bracket.
Yeah, great play by Bird Bombers, coming in with that 13-2, almost a 13-0, but Mashed wasn't going down without taking at least a round there. And that scoreboard, I think, tells you all you need to know. You see Slitty at the top, and then Mashed, the one red player in the sea of blue, or green, I guess, to show exactly what's going on there, and just how, how he played his heart out and really, really did the best that he could. But I think the teams were just a little bit mismatched there. And, granted, I would have liked to see, kind of in hindsight, what would have happened if Bird Bombers had started on offense instead of defense. Just see maybe how many rounds Ronalds would have gotten, right?
Yeah.
Had they been able to have defenders there. But ultimately, I think we can say pretty solidly that the better team won here, and that Bird Bomber is going to be moving on, I believe, to winners semis. Yeah, winners semis right there with a very well-deserved victory.
Yeah, it does look like they may be playing anyone between SEAL Team 6 or OTF. So interested to see whether I think that's the game we're casting as well. So hopefully we get to see whether Bird Bombers really live up to that name, live up to their reputation so far. After one game, we did see a very dominating performance come out from them, but whether they will be able to hold it down against SEAL Team 6 or OTF has yet to be said or told.
Definitely. The other thing, too, is that, both of these teams won already, right? So, that's not to, even though it looks kind of like Ronald's got clowned on a little bit, they won their past game and pretty much just in a pretty quick fashion, I would say, because we were told, I'm pretty sure, that they were ready before the last game we had casted finished. But we mentioned that winners semis. I don't believe we are casting their half of the bracket. That's going to be over on Full Circle. But very quickly after this, we'll be bringing you one of the lower bracket matchups. Not sure who that's going to be between yet, but should definitely be good to see maybe one of these teams get some redemption, having lost already, as this tournament going to continue. But again, I'm definitely going to be looking for Bird Bombers to really be a solid contender for the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, interested to see who's going to remain on top and actually enter those grand final rounds, but we'll have to see. What are your thoughts on the two games that we've had so far? Because we're looking at very contrasting performances. One where we had two teams arguably neck to neck, and then now we have a team that's completely just raffle stomping, destroying the opposition. Obviously, this was an open entry. It's anyone from big professionals to amateurs, and to be honest, like, there are no real professionals in this scene just yet. But people with more experience to people with less experience is what I should probably be saying.
Yeah, well, even though the scores are very different, I think we saw the same kind of trend on both maps, right? And that's that this game is very CT-sided. I want to say that both games maybe had a little bit more room for clever ult usage, I might say. I think we saw, especially on the losing teams, we saw ult sitting unused a little bit too long, where, like, again, obviously you want to use your Raze rocket to get that epic 3K at the end of the match, right? But
yep,
you're probably better off using it to get an opening pick on a site and then rushing in with it. You want to save that Brimstone ulti to kill the guy who's planting in a 1v1 or defusing in a 1v1. But if you can force the person in, because we bind was our last map, if you can force the person in either B Heaven to kind of peek out into a sight line, or in U-Hauls to peek out into a sight line, that's going to do a really good job of getting your team that foundation to work with. So as much as I feel like we want to see these, epic moments, you really want to use those abilities for more foundational kind of stuff. But, I think the players we've seen so far have generally been pretty solid. Good kills coming in. It's not like, it's not like, even though, again, this was a 13-2, we didn't see... we saw rounds, right? It wasn't like they were getting stonewalled out every time. We saw a ton of plants go down. Looking absolutely. Kind of at the post game, we see how many defuses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think 6 defuses coming through, which means that in half the rounds they got bombed down. And not only that, I want to say there's only 1 or 2 of those even where it was like they got bombed down in a 4v1. No, they got bombed down in 3v4s or 4v4s or even 4v3s at times, just weren't able to pull it out. So
yeah, like I said, both teams had very close matches, and obviously Bird Bombers had some very dominating rounds, and they had some very close rounds, just like that last round between, I think it was Joppy and Mash. Sound? Yes, Sound. But
Sound, yeah.
Yeah, and those were very tight matches, but in the end, like you said, it's not like any one of these players did badly. All of them performed very well, and all of them, in fact, if you ask me, used their agents at a very proficient level. They knew exactly how to use them, where to place their abilities, how to use the utility available to them. Some of them were just more creative than others, and some of them were just better at aiming in certain circumstances. But every round was very tight.
Definitely. And what was I just brain farted on what I was gonna say, but I really would have liked to have seen another few rounds. You know what I mean? Since we saw Ronald's show a lot more competency on defense, which kind of comes with the map territory again. But what happens if this goes to 15, like in Counter-Strike? You know, what happens if they had 1 or 2 more rounds to work with? Since that last round was so close, just came down to a 1v1, and if Sound hadn't been so wounded coming into it, you know, maybe he's able to pull out that kill against Slitty, and this game is still going. Maybe we see another straight 12-0 in defense. You know, we don't know, unfortunately, because they weren't able to ever clutch any of those offensive rounds. But just, you know, kind of goes to show you how important those offensive rounds can be, and something we should really look forward, or, you know, look at going forward, is how these teams are able to execute their offensive rounds and really secure them. Because I think we saw the difference there between having a good execution and having a good post plan. Where you saw a ton of good executions on Ronald's side. They were able to get in with player ad and get bomb down, but their post-plant positioning was either poor, or we just saw really good retakes from Bird Bombers. You know, kind of hard to judge off of one game, but definitely some good trends to be looking at going forward. For now, though,
Whether I mean, so this is a trend that we do see quite often with most titles, whether it's Rainbow Six or Overwatch or Counter-Strike or now Valorant, where we have you know, attackers come in and have to take a site. It is normally defender-sided. It's just the way the nature of that mode works, but it is probably the most competitive thing available to us. Whether or not we're going to find new creative ways to be able to make it easier for attackers with the tools available to us is something we'll have to see the players come up with themselves as we progress in the scene itself. But, boys and girls, we are going to go to a break. Don't go anywhere. Me and Alto will be right back for the next game. We'll see you soon. Stay tuned.
Yeah. Let's talk. Look, ayo, we rose from the dust to the sun. They claiming that we the one, never one-on-one. Teamwork till we done. Sent on a mission, we got ambition. Never scared, we won't run. Never one and done. Some sit back and some like the hunt. I pick my teammates up when they fall. And if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, call us galore. Serving them all. We outside, we barely indoors. Because we gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back. This is the moment to go. This is the moment to shine. This is the moment to show. Show me the rocks you could climb. This is the moment to feel the path like you legally blind. I can promise this is ours cause we built for this, kill for this. Pushing buttons, do it quick, push it off a new assist. Oh, y'all think we new to this? Pound for pound, break it down. Watch what we gon' do with this. Teamwork got us fluid with. Make y'all look like sewages. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we here, ain't no going back.
That means I can't describe the way I vibe, the way I slide, and with the rhymes that make the dimes, I'll close their eyes and fantasize. I'm divine, calling their phone number. No, you know I love you. And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing beats on stages for their ones gracefully. And I got a smile that they hate to see. Young, black, successful, though life gets stressful. Though life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move. Bringing summer to you.
Oh, ready, let's go. Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. Cause you know like I know, we'll take it round and round again.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I want. so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empowered those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empowered those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. You got a voice, then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you wanted to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empowered those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empowered those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. You say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody.
Sarah, I hurt myself today trying to make the pain go away. Sarah, I want to fade away, be with the stars in outer space. You come and you go, you take me high, you take me low. But I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's Miley for the melancholy. Cody fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I numb my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah, I lost myself today trying to find ways to make you stay. Sarah, I want to go away, close my eyes, never wake up again. You come and you go, you take me high, you take me low. But I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's Miley for the melancholy. Cody fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's the Xannies till I know my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah.
Born like a fire in the eye of a hurricane. Always told, stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return, something is calling me, it's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so high they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Come alive.
I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed the point of no return, something is calling me, it's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive. Oh, I see the signs and I see we're there. And I feel the lies and I feel the same. Forever hold, no matter if we're cast away. A fire in the dark. I know that you won't be where you will again. I know that
yeah. Ay, push start, ay, ball so hard, ay, raise the bar, ay, turn into a star, ay, play my part, yeah, I aim too far, I do it big, I keep it large, okay, live it up, this is fake, better give it up, young but I feel like I've seen enough, numbers going up, better keep it up, ain't slowing down, better live it up, about too hard, ay, what, about too hard, ay, what, about too hard, ay, about too hard, yeah, I'm killing your favorite rapper, it's minimum effort, yeah, your corpse getting severed, the industry dry, it's a desert, do whatever it is that you think that you're doing, I'm doing it better, straight double use, this my letter, don't got no snakes, only ladders, ay, they tryna figure out what's on our plate, infinity.
Okay, and we are in game. Alco.
Yeah,
no
welcome
time
back,
wasted.
ladies and gentlemen. We are in a lower bracket matchup right now. We'll get team names to you in a sec, some production difficulties behind the scenes, but no need for you guys to worry about that as we've got some more quality Valorant action to go on right here. We are on Bind, and we are seeing some interesting ops here, as that is a Viper coming out for the first time that we've seen tonight. And it looks like we're going to see some action heading towards B very quickly right here, as this pistol round is getting underway.
Cage triggered.
Smoke's coming down onto the B site, it looks like, and we are seeing some more aggro coming out of this attacking team than we have seen for the rest of the night, it would appear. Lots of gunshots being fired off. We're going to see Manly and Nez finding kills very early on, as Nez gets 2 for himself. It is a 3v2, but the attackers have the spike down.
For you.
And it looks like we're having some production difficulties with the quality of the stream here. Very low
Sorry,
FPS.
boys and girls. Unfortunately, a bit. I mean, as casters, we're just a little bit taken back. Just a little bit of an issue there, but we can easily sort that out. That's no worries. What does that tripwire even do?
Which one? I'm not sure.
Okay, fair. You can't really see it, but yeah. So.
Is it the diagonal one he placed in hookah, or was it a different?
No, it's the one in the top right of that position there. Like, where does it even go?
Oh, that cam sees into long.
No, that's a camera. Yeah. So
it goes into long. Gotcha. Okay, yeah. Okay. That's actually really cool. I might need to pick that up sometime.
Yeah, I'll have to try it out. I've got Cypher available to me, but yeah, like you said, I mean, we had a Viper. That's cool. First time in 2 games that we saw a Viper come out. A character that.
Yeah, the B hit not working out too well this time, but
Yeah. Okay, so I mean, we saw Viper, and Viper is the
only one up right now, actually, but
yeah,
not for long,
true.
as
Yeah.
Nash is going to take her out. This is Randoms, though, the team we just saw take a pretty rough crunching on split, unfortunately getting that T side first, not being able to take a single attacker round, grabbing 2 on the defensive half before falling in a valiant effort to Bird Bombers, but finding their own here. They get the chance to start defense on this one and making the most of it as they pull out to a quick 2-0. You guys will have to deal with the radio broadcast right now, until we get the stream quality back up. We'll try to do our best, but we're struggling through this right with you guys, and you'll get to look at our faces instead, for better or for worse, as we see some action right now moving up A short. That looks like Swir on the breach, getting aggressive. See some smokes coming down onto A. Lots of people in short, though. That's 4 gonna be going through short. I don't see a Sage Wine coming out, but there is Swir leading that charge, getting a kill onto Mashed. Ronald's Heroes last game. The Raze ult gonna jump up on top of APC. Not actually managed to find a kill onto the Sage. She'll get a heal on herself right there, and there is Sound on his handy Spectre, breaking through that wall and taking out Swir as well. 4v4 right here, but the bomb is down, Azulate gonna find the counter Brimstone kill, and another one onto Manly. Boombot's gonna reveal Lapex's position. That is the Sage hiding in boxes right now. It is only one man alive on Ronalds. That is Wood. Goes to tap the defuse. Gonna be taken out in no time at all, though. And we are now at a 2-1 as the team going against Ronalds manages to take the round. We don't have a name for them yet.
I mean, are they randoms? I know there's a team called
believe Randoms is in the other matchup that's currently being casted over on Full Circle. And they are playing against Treeheart, who we casted in the first match. This new team is currently unknown. At least to us, that is.
Okay, so this is either SEAL Team 6 or OTF then?
Most likely. I'm not 100% if the lower bracket is just a direct port down, or I don't know what's going on behind the scenes, but my feed may have not cut out completely.
My feed has.
Gotcha. All right, yeah, we're restarting it right now, so hopefully we should be able to bring it back to you guys pretty quickly. That last round wasn't anything too special. Saw a quick A rush plant and then proceeded to pick him off. Gotcha. So yeah,
there's a lot of logistics going around that y'all may not be aware of. So
lots of trans-Pacific connections going on right here.
Yeah. So our clean feed is coming. So our observer is over in America, and our clean feed is being and that's being sent to New Zealand production, and then they're going to be they're clean feeding that to our production over in Australia. So there's a lot of logistics going around, but that's mostly because we don't not everyone is able to get a client, and we don't have an OCE server just yet, but we're working with what we got. Unfortunately, this particular observer is just unable to really broadcast without the issues coming around on his rig, unfortunately. But what we can tell you right now is that between the two games, between this game right now and the two teams, that we are at a 2-2 scoreline.
Right, yeah, so we're at 2-2, and we'll try to keep you guys updated with more things as it comes in. Going back to Bind, though, so what would you say we're really looking for out of... I guess I should preface that saying that we've seen such a CT-sided trend show up so far, right? Where these defense teams are really, really just, winning more rounds. So, as on Bind in particular, you have a couple more options as attackers due to those tellies, and I think due to how, I feel like Hookah is a pretty interesting area in terms of how it's controlled. How some teams will put a death grip on it, just give up long, say, all right, yeah, you can come in long, we'll just, hold in Hookah. Some teams will do the opposite, so some differing kind of approaches in that. What if you're an IGL, Lan, what do you do? What do you call for your team to try to focus on to try to get some rounds in on that T side?
I really feel that right now, looking at this particular game, there needs to just be a bit more capitalization. So they're doing some initial scouting in the first 30 seconds, and they've done a little bit of that. They've decided that they want to... Well, it looks like they're deciding to push towards A instead of going for B. But at the same time, A is the more populated site, and they've actually got more defenses around that. So that's poor decision-making on that end. I really feel that, B itself in this particular map is more of a choke point, and it's harder to attack than A, but at the same time, A with that much focus, it's going to be just hard to push through. But I say that now, but they're all pushing towards B, jumping through a lot of smoke screen, and a couple of tripwires being set off as well. Slows are being pulled out by Sages, and I mean, as an IGL, this is the decision that they have to make in order to actually secure that site. It's unfortunate that they are losing these gunfights, but so far it's not too upsetting that they can't make a comeback. Oh no, there we go. Viper does pick up one more kill into Mash. It's a 1-2. She has the health advantage over Raze, but she does get picked up there, and she stays alive, saves a little bit, but they do defuse. So IGL wise, I think that the attackers were definitely in the go there, and they were definitely doing better. They made the right decision, just couldn't execute it properly. No ultimates being used just yet either. So can't really say too much given the current information we do have, but it wasn't too bad of a decision. What about you, Alto? I'm not too sure
Well,
what...
speaking of information we're given, my feed is not playing in the slightest right now, so I don't even have any video FPS being high or not, so you're going to have to solo this right now. But yeah, I mean, I feel like a lot of the times the best way to be pushing that is what you were saying, and maybe what you're saying they were doing is just kind of fake one thing, test the waters a little bit, maybe say, okay, if we push a little bit here, what kind of response are we going to get back? And then maybe you say, okay, maybe we commit with this, maybe we rotate over. If you can, a lot of sages or a lot of breaches, for instance, like to play that A short angle. So if you make some noise there, maybe you got that sage while you say, all right, we got a small victory, right? We fired some bullets and we got a wall out of it. So we can wait that out, we can break that, now we know they don't have a wall. Maybe we try B so we can get there. And go back and forth, because it is a pretty quick rotate in between A and B through that market angle. Or even if you choose to just, telly out of long, granted that they'll know you're rotating there, but can still come into use here. But how's the current round going? I think you're the only one with the info this time.
A bit haphazard, and if I think this other team here with Australia in their name is doing pretty well. MASH? Oh no, so they're not doing pretty well, sorry. So this team is Ronald's with Mashed, yes. And Ronald's are 4-2 right now, taking it over against this random team that we're not sure of. So doing quite well. Wood still has those interesting cameras coming out of the woodwork. But playing Cypher, of course, but nothing too wild. It's come down quite close to pretty intense, crazy gunfights in the last couple of seconds. It doesn't look like this other team has too much of a bearing of what they want to do. Sometimes there's a lot of scouting going on, and it does look like they're quite congested, sticking very close to each other for those refrags. But at the same time, I feel like the information being provided on that team for each other, I can't really say, just because they are making very big rotations. They move towards A, now the entire team's moving towards B, and it's a huge Congo line, and you don't always want that,
Yeah, I mean, you can see sometimes there's value in having one player kind of lurk behind and catch those rotations, but we did see the last in the first match that we casted, we saw the rounds go 9-3 to CT side each time. So if you were saying that it's 4-2 in favor of Ronald's, right? Even so, the attacking team was able to get 2 rounds at least, that early. So that could spell very good things for them going forward. But every kind of match does have its own little meta within it, right? Where sometimes, in Counter-Strike, you'll have a map and you're like, oh, this round's super T-sided or super CT-sided, and, maybe as long as we get 10 rounds, we're good, and then you get 10 rounds, but then they take them, they just roll you on offense or something, and it turned out they were way better than you, or maybe certain maps sometimes end up being T-sided just because teams are good at pushing or bad at defending. Kind of falls down to the individuals, which is why there's always so much diversity within these matches. But again, if they're able to get those 2 rounds out in the beginning, that's probably better than what we've seen the other teams doing, since all of those rounds, it felt like that, at least, who was it in the first one? Treehard were pistol in second rounds. So those were, not full gun rounds. But if they're winning gun rounds on offense, that's good for them. Spells good things in the future.
The views coming out for the defenders does look like Ronald's win yet another round. 5-2 now, boys and girls. So, pretty good. And, I mean, just to add on to what we were talking about with just essentially making very big decisions for the entire team, I feel like they need to do more initial scouting, and they need to be a bit more dependable with the information that they provide. Because like right now, what I can see is that the red team, the attackers, are pushing very, very aggressively, all towards A, and now they're all beelining towards B. No one really providing even pressure around the map at all. It's sort of just people all really overcommitting to a single site, and the defenders are just reading into that extremely well, and you're just being counterplayed every time.
Which is unfortunate because I'm the type of guy I like to say, all right, we're getting in, get in, but seems like that might not be the, at least when I personally play the game, but that might not be the kind of answer that our attackers really are looking for. Maybe they do want to try that kind of slow play that we saw be a little bit more common the first time we saw Bind being played, a few hours ago. See if maybe they can work something there where a lot of the teams we saw when they were successfully able to attack, we saw them get some peeks in, kind of determine locations, and then maybe follow up on that with util or try to do something else, and in order to otherwise force them out of that position. I remember one of the plays that I thought was like a really good example of adaptation on both sides was in that last match on Split. We saw that Slitty really liked to play that corner walking from Split mid into B Heaven. Where if you're attacking, you have to look left to check that corner, then right to check the site. He got Brimstone ulted out of that. He knew he was dead, so rather than trying to run out of it, he was able to he said, okay, I'm going to die, but he ran out, peeked out, and got a kill with him before he went down to it, which I thought is that's kind of the play I think you're going to see come up a lot more. Where, even if they adapt to you, they adapt to him playing there, they say, okay, let's force him out, and instead of just giving them the kill, he comes out and trades it, and I feel like that's one of those moments where when I saw that, I'm like, wow, that's like a really layered kind of play that you don't always, get that much depth out of. But again, it comes down to being able to scout out and get that information in the first place, where, the ult coming onto him in that corner was such a good idea. And, we'll see that, especially on Bind, because I believe both teams have that Brimstone, and you can use that laser to force people out of the common and, maybe best hiding spots, force them to take gunfights or reposition elsewhere. So I've kind of been making a point about it a lot, but that ult management and using them and, trying to, balance that, get maximum use out of it while also don't have it sitting there is one of the things that I think makes this game really enjoyable.
Yeah, I completely agree with you on those on making layered plays, because that's where the value in having unique characters with abilities really comes in for a game like this. And it's quite unique because most other games that do have MOBA-like characters are very focused around those abilities, whereas this time with Valorant, it's more focused around that raw skill and aim, using abilities to layer on to accommodate that. But we are going to go to a break also. It does look like we are in a bit of a pickle, and but we will be back as we solve these technical issues, boys and girls.
Right, I'm sure you guys are all sick of looking at our faces as we should have some music for you guys to listen at too, and we'll update you with what's going on once we get everything sorted out. So stay tuned, and we'll be back as soon as we can be.
Skipping is basic, skipping is classic, stay out of trouble, now I can relate. Nevertheless, I'm doing great. I just finished this thing, ain't no debate. You ain't my dog, you ain't my family, and sure as hell, you're not my mate. Yeah, I take my place at the summit. I can't wait till we counting them hundreds. I cannot lie, I ain't rich, yeah, but when I say my time coming, it's coming. And some of y'all got ahead of me, to be honest, I wasn't even running. But very soon I'ma run it. I demand it, man, I want it. Push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. Cause it's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. About too hard, ayy. They not gon' like this. Don't like surprises. I cause a crisis. Man, I'm a scientist. With the music, I spice things up to my liking. Man, I want nice things, nice things. That's not an AK, it's a Uzi. I pull up and shoot it to movie. I'm chasing the bag, not a coochie. Cut ties with the fake, now it's Gucci. Word of my nigga from the 021. You count 6 shots and I count 2 guns. Some people still think I rap just for fun, but soon they look up to me just like the sun. Yeah, you can come over here. Swear it's like no career. Swear you got no idea. Soon you'll have no career. Take a good look in the mirror. They need to know that I'm here. Don't you act like it ain't clear. Yeah, push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. It's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy, what? About too hard, ayy, what? About too hard, ayy, about too hard.
I've been working part-time jobs, chasing all my dreams now lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side, I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different. Tell me everything's alright. Life is just a bunch of faces, and if it's not, we'll still be fine. I know we're going places. I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side, I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different.
You put me in the perfect light for, and that's when you can see all my flaws. And I could tell you don't mind at all. Oh no. You said come a little closer. Come here and I can show you. So I came a little closer. You said I'll show you how to love you. How to love you. How to love you. I'm reaching over, tell me which way I gotta go. I got no control, show me everything I need to know. Reaching over, tell me which way I gotta go. I got no control, show me everything I need to know. You saw me when I tear down my walls. I think you fell in love with my flaws. You know that I was shy at first though. Oh yeah. You said come a little closer. Come here and I can show you. So I came a little closer. You said I'll show you how to love you. How to love you. Come a little closer. Tell me which way I gotta go. Here and I can show you. Show me everything I need to know. Came a little closer. Tell me which way I gotta go. Show you how Turn my heart into something gold. Knew I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I wrote it all along on your way right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go. What I do right now. What I do right now for you, for you. Carolina skies in the night, floating by your side. I fell up when you fell down, but we stayed in flight. I'm laughing to myself, cause I know that I can't deny. I can't find what you can't hide right inside my mind. What I do right now. What I do right now for you, for you.
Show me an opening in the clouds, and I'll take it. Yeah, reminding myself to just let go. Don't wonder how far I can fall. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out. Oh, 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 shooting through the clouds, I know it's alright. It's alright. Heavens are the limit now. Let's fly just one more night. One more night. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out.
We're stuck in your car on a Friday. And we laugh over stuff we try not to talk about. Still your smile keep on heating up the climate. And all the blood to my cheeks are rushing out, yeah, yeah. And by accident, you're getting closer. Well, can you tell me something, tell me something? Is it a wild shot of letting you know that you're the topic of all of my thoughts, yeah. 'Cause I'm so sick of this friend zone. Whatever it is, it just feels so real. And your eyes keep on talking in the silence. And all the blood to my cheeks are rushing now, yeah, yeah. And I'm hoping you are getting closer. Well, can you tell me something, tell me something? Is it a wild shot of letting you know that you're the topic of all of my thoughts, yeah. Can you tell me something, tell me something? Well, can you tell me something, tell me something? Well, can you tell me something, tell me something? 'Cause I'm so sick of this friend zone.
You know. can try, but can do it like Vinny. Yeah, no permission. I got it.
Chasing love in an empty bar. Pour a drink till I make it past. The midnight hour seems to come and go, but I know. Walk on up with a drink in hand, sipping mixes cause you can. And all the lights begin to switch off. You're chasing the light, holding on for life. Holding on for life, feeding the high, chasing the night, chasing the night. Hotel rooms and city squares, champagne bottles, drum and snare. The sights and cities seem to fall away when you stay. Locked in love for a night or two, losing sleep just to get a few. Day to day you wanna stay out. You're chasing the light, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the night, chasing the night, chasing the
Call my bluff for the last time. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste it. I can't help you now, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up to get X and now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say Darnish, why you sad? I said I just need to think. Red tape, got too close, I hate the city. Black face, show you everything you need till you fornicate it bad. Someone said it sad, 'cause I used to want.
And Welcome back, boys and girls. Lan and Alto still here, waiting for the next game to be starting up. Alto, do we know which teams we're going to be playing with this time?
Yeah, and I'm glad I get to say them. We have the much-awaited matchup of Eggs versus Shitiots, which is sure to be one for the record books.
I don't know if you have this term in America. I'm pretty sure you don't in America, but when you call someone an egg, you're essentially calling them silly.
I've heard that used before. Yeah. It's not something common, but
yeah, you calling someone an egg, like, hey, you're like, it's like, oh, don't be an egg, you know, like, don't be silly.
Huh, all right.
Yeah, but so like we have the silly guys against
the
shitty
the shitty idiots.
These shitiots versus these silly boys, and it's gonna be a pretty interesting game. We don't know anything about these guys. They're a completely raw team. Have no clue what's gonna happen, but I'm pretty excited to see more Valorant. And you know
Definitely.
what?
I'm see it this time at a decent frame rate as opposed to whatever kind of nightmare we had last time.
Don't jinx it. It's still too early. We were still confident beforehand, and it just went custard on us. But having said that, we are excited to see this come through, and I'm geared up and ready to be casting and playing more Valorant later tonight.
Right, although you said we didn't know anything. One thing we do know about them is that these two teams are undefeated so far. This is the winners semi-final. So I believe these teams were, I want to say, were they first and fourth seed or maybe second and third? We had the bracket up earlier with this matchup. I don't remember what the exact seedings were, but both of these teams, obviously have gone through this not taking any losses. So we should see a pretty good match out before us, at least, a high minimum level of skill, I should say, since, who knows how high the ceiling is. But they are, at this point, in what I'd say is probably top 8 at the least, if not top 4. The winner of this will move on to winner's final, and that will be a guaranteed top 3. But we are loading in, as we speak, right into Agent Select.
And these agents, I mean, we last game kind of saw a Viper. Not used proficiently, but still there. Not sure on the results of that game, unfortunately. However, now that we are moving into this Agent Select, who are you hoping to see the most coming into these rosters? I'm actually keen to see Omen get used.
That's exactly who I was going to say. Since I feel like, who have we not seen? We technically saw the Viper,
Jet.
But we haven't really seen Jet or Omen, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like Jet is very much kind of a pub stomp kind of character where going into a tournament like this where you don't know how good the enemy team is going to be, you want to pick something a little more guaranteed in terms of utility. But
well, I feel like Jet is a low entry, high ceiling for skill cap. And I honestly think that she has a lot of potential. She's a fantastic agent to pick up and use. But given that Jet is a kind of agent that really needs high skill cap and she just seems to be someone that needs a lot of playtime to master the core elements of the game, because when you're playing Jet, you can zip through a lot of dangerous locations. Like if someone puts down a molly, you can jump and zip right through those things. But at the same time, I feel like these are high risk plays that only Jet can pull off. But at the same time, you need to know all the tempo, the timing, the mechanics, the expenses, your economy. You need to know everything about the game in order to be able to use her at that kind of proficient level.
Oh, and there he is, though, as we load in. That is the Omen that we will be seeing for the defending team. We'll get those team names to you as soon as we can. But let's see here. Are these mirrors except one? Again, we've got double raises, double ciphers, double sages, double brimstones.
One has a brim. One has a breach.
Breach and Omen. Interesting.
But we had double raises.
Is something we haven't seen. Yeah, that's... Alright, we have that Eggs is currently attacking, which means the shitiots are defending. As we'll get underway right here. Gonna have to see what that Omen can do on defense with those kind of long-range smokes and that ability to teleport. I feel like his his flashbang or paranoia, his the orb that steals sight is a little bit in a weird spot right now, but good enough clearly as he's able to pick up a kill in B long, throw that smoke out into hookah as well. So can fulfill a role similar to a brimstone, maybe if not the same, because he doesn't get the simultaneous smokes, but kind of like a mix between a duelist and a controller, I guess, is what I believe Omen is. So with one kill on the defense already, offense looks to be rotating towards A little bit. We see a smoke go down there, but Zerk in heaven, really not seeing too much. One rotating over from B though, so gonna be some resistance should they push in.
Ooh, a lot of action going down, a lot of slow being put out, and a lot of denied area and territory. Bomb Buddy has no clue what he's doing though.
Oh, and wow, there is Straxa picking up a kill with the satchel charge. Slat, 4L Slat, we'll call him, picks up another kill, and it looks like all the kills are falling very quickly into place for defense. Mini, the only one up on offense, only a sliver of health, and a satchel with a dream, gonna be taken down early, and that is a flawless first pistol round for the Shitiots as they look to get ahead pretty early here.
And there we go. So nothing too wild. I'm waiting for the round where Watt pops off with like crazy Omen plays.
Interesting. So we see Watt actually going for the Phantom second round.
Yep.
2 Bulldogs and 2 Spectres.
Going
it
deep,
looks
dude.
like. Yeah, really looking to push this advantage right now, making sure they don't give up this round. But the thing about the second round rifle buys is that should anything go wrong, suddenly the attacking team has a great weapon in their hands, and it's going to really help out their econ. Some initial pressure heading towards B yet again. Saw this last round end up in Watt getting a really early kill, but maybe things will be different. Tremor goes into Hookah. Cage is going to get popped right there as Watt's playing in lower CT. Oh, right into the tripwire. Finds the headshot onto Nuts. And that Phantom long-range accuracy already working out for him here as he gets first blood yet again.
I want to point out that the Cypher camera inside the Hookah is actually ingenious. It's in a position where they're not going to expect it to be, and he's going to have so much information on a location where essentially they have the high ground. But at the same time, it's a very concise and congested location where if they start piling up in that area, it's going to really backfire on them, and one molly could really ruin the entire game for the entire team. But they are going to be rotating around. Wall is up by this age, still strong. It hasn't been damaged just yet. A couple of line of sights being used and held by Slate, as he covers the showers as well. Zerk takes out Noz. Noz gets taken out by Zerk for a double kill. It does ooh.
Yeah, Slat pushing in. Kura, I want to point out, Kura managed to find a classic kill onto the enemy Cypher in B-Long that got him that Bulldog that allowed him to get that second kill right there. But ultimately not going to be too much of a problem as they do win that. They picked up 2 kills, I want to say, which is pretty good because I think they started that with only classic. So able to knock a Bulldog and probably a Spectre off. Pretty good for them. Second round again, generally going to go the same as the team that won pistol. But we will see a full gun round in here. That is an Ares on Straxa right now.
Yep.
That, the only place I could ever imagine the Ares really being that good is in Hookah. If, you get rushed, you can mow people down. I'm not sure where the Raze is going to be playing with that. But it looks like we see Spike on A side, so maybe expect some aggression here, fishing a little bit for those picks as we discussed before.
I feel
Raze
like,
gonna
honestly,
take the orb.
Yeah, Raze might take the orb, and I think Slat has a pretty good hold on this. Zerk with that 3k did push him up quite high in economy, so he still got a lot to play with, and he may even want to risk a more dangerous play here for his team. But as a Sage, that's probably not advisable. Races holding around the corner. Bomb Buddy getting taken out quite easily as well. Does reveal Naz's position in the showers. But that all that means is that they're going to have to pull back and maybe try to find another way to distract anyone defending A. A couple of rotations go in and maybe one pushing into B by the Hookah by the look of it as well. But we'll be spotted by that camera soon enough. Watt will be putting out, I think, a little bit of a smoke screen for his team. Try to drop the paranoia somewhere.
Something really interesting that Watt's been doing is he's been consistently re-smoking A short from B site, which is something that Omen smoke range can do, because, you know, the Cypher has such a good hold on Hookah that he doesn't need to blow his smokes on that. But a big A execute coming out here, they're able to get a pick on to Shitty. So Eggs get in with a player ad right now, but there is, I believe that's Slat up in heaven. No, he was in U-Hauls. I think that's Watt in heaven then. But kills coming in for Mini and Nas. Still know that Omen is in heaven, but he's in a 2v4. Nuts going to take him out. And oh, there is Race was breaking through the wall, getting a quick kill onto Nuts, but quickly then taken out in turn by Mini. So a round on the board for the attackers in that first gun round. Always a big thing to do. Help get your econ a little bit more solidly as well. Only lost 2 players, I want to say. So putting themselves in a good position to score some of those much desired T round wins. Especially if they can win this back.
Zerk is at 5,000 creds. Still, dropped down to 4,000. Oh, well, actually, no, he's dumped all of it. I take that back. He dumped 4,000 credits. Probably on all his abilities. But, okay. Guess he's really banking in now.
Yeah, the Force coming out here with 2 Spectres on the side of Shitty. It's for defense there. Smoke's going to come down on A, and the Omen smoking A short from B allows Brimstone to get smokes down in bathroom, you know, to help kind of, or showers, I guess, to control that area a little bit better. And, you know, still maintain that crucial A short smoke. But, again, more pressure towards A. Worked out for them last time, but going to have to see if Shitty will be able to adapt, or Eggs will take their A site yet again. That's such a cool.
I told you, man. That camera is so good. It is so good. They won't see it. They won't think about it. A couple of tremors go through the wall there. Nothing too exciting. Straxi? Not sure how to say that name, but it does look like they are pushing up. A couple of people will be rotating back. I think maybe switching over to a B plant. No, they just pick up the spike. They're going to try to push this one. But a lot of smoke screens holding down the line of sight there may allow them to push up. But it looks like the defense is rotating over into A. 4 to 5 right now. 25 seconds left in the clock. Alto, these guys are not in a good space to be attacking right now.
Bomb should be getting planted. Yeah, it looks like that's going to be, I want to say probably the Sage who's able to get that down. But with the bomb being planted, it's only Nas alive right here. We don't even see where he is. He's over by bathrooms. Going to pick up 2 before going down. That'll be Raze taking the defuse right there. Might boost her up to ult, since I think she must be pretty close to it. Not quite, but another round coming in for those defenders, not letting offense gain any momentum right there. And again, just kind of the thing we've been seeing of teams maybe fishing a little bit too hard. They lost a player outside of Hookah, and then they're forced to go for this kind of ill-advised last-second push. They get bombed down, which, you know, is good, but unable to really play anything after it.
In circumstances like that, you gotta just take it bit by bit, I suppose. Really just counting it out. You know, that they got that done. They did get that plant. It's going to really add up in the end. But at the same time, what is fundamentally wrong with their attack? I mean, we did see that the defense and the CT side of things was quite strong the last time we were on this map. But at the same time, there is something going on with the way they're choosing to attack. And I'm surprised that sometimes I feel like it's been drawn out just a little bit too long. And maybe even not being as aggressive as they could be. Ooh, long angle being held here.
You want to get the spike down, but the issue is that if you get spike down without killing anyone, and you even lose people in the process, yes, you're kind of gaining in the moment of, we got spike down, we're playing the objective, but if you have to lose a lot of kills to do that, you're only going to be getting that 300 kind of in courtesy money, and you're never actually going to be taking any rounds. So, as cool as, you know, the smoke takes we saw them do on AR, and as good as it is that they're getting the bomb down, they need to be finding those kills somewhere beforehand. They're never actually getting onto a site. It's like, okay, we can run up as close as we want to get the spike down, but then all 5 of us are sitting in the same area. It's easy, you know, it's very easy for the defense to take different angles and kind of smoke them out. And we see them getting in onto A again with these execute smokes, but you've got 3 people sitting in the back of site just waiting for those to fade. I mean, yeah, Figure the spike down. Oh, there goes the rocket and the brimstone ulti, all in favor of delaying. Spike not even in sight though, but the wall goes down. Should help allow a plant. They're gonna break through the wall. Nas gets a kill though. Entry onto Slat. Reso's gonna trade back, but Nas and Nuts, the N and N combo, finding all the kills they need right now. Spike is planted, and even though there's 3 people in U-Hauls right there, it seems to be all they need. Watt, the only player, gonna get tremored right outside of U-Hauls, pushing into it now. Sees all of his teammates' dead bodies there. No one's watching him, but he might get swung on in a second. You gotta find the kill onto Nuts, but now they know his position, and it's only gonna be a matter of time before he gets smoked out.
Watts may be able to make something happen there. Throws out the paranoid. Oh, no. Tries to teleport at the wrong time. Does get caught out. Mini.
Yeah, tried to shadow step into the smoke. Gets caught in the middle of it, though. And, I mean, I guess what I was just saying, you know, they completely proved me wrong, is they group up in one spot and just win the aim fights, which is always an option, right? But I have to see if they can do that again. Nas really going big there, though. Just kind of walking in, chatting up, and
a lot of ability dumping.
Getting those kills.
A lot of utility and the ults being used. Unsure where that brimstone came from. Not sure if it was attacker or defender sided.
I'm pretty sure that was a defender one, because normally you want to use that to stop the plants, and I think he was trying to preempt it. But as it turned out, the bomb was still pretty far back in A short, so not actually going to stop anything.
Maybe miscommunication, or on the ults being overlaid with one another. Just didn't feel I just didn't feel like it was necessary.
Ray's ulting the brimstone laser is kind of like, you know, what's the point of that? They're already dead.
No one's there. Yeah.
Either the brimstone kills them, or the, you know.
I mean, if they separated it and they just kind of spaced it out, I think it would have been way more beneficial. Throwing the Ray's ultimate down, maybe that corridor would have been more beneficial. Most likely having a lot of people. I mean, there were a lot of people around that area, but at the same time, just a couple of shots just missing Mini's head.
Finding a pick onto Nuts right there. 2 people actually deep outside of bathrooms by the B-Telly exit. So offense kind of slowly getting choked out here. They still have that Raze and Cypher ult. Should they, you know, can maybe combo that, get some positions, but just no ground to be had. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a save come out this round, even with 3 alive still.
Well, we got 30 seconds left. We'll find out if they decide to save or not, but it does look like they're not exactly in a position where they want to be. Not many avenues and opportunities for the attackers here, but as they pull back, maybe they might just go in on a B push, because it is lightly defended right now.
Lightly, with one person staring right at Hookah and a smoke up. Probably tripwires too. Kura gonna find a kill onto Zerk. Gets him in the telly, actually, as he took it. But yeah, with only 3 seconds left, they're gonna be saving here. As, just, you know, realizing, hey, we couldn't find anything. They got a kill, which is good on them, but no real ins. They're not gonna give away the guns.
No, probably best to save that. And wow,
they should actually be able to buy Nas there too, so they'll have another full buy round here, so they avoid having to save by queuing their guns. So good kind of heads up decision, even though it's kind of like a bit of a resident sleeper moment. Just saving with 3 people up, nice man.
I mean, Resos just dropped all his cash. He's got literally $0 left. Not too sure what he spent it on. Most likely utility. Yet at the same time, I feel like you don't have to drop that much cash. I mean, if you're gonna do it anytime, this is probably the best time to do it.
I'm not sure. I think Sage died. He might have bought her a gun, maybe? I don't know. They only lost 1 person there, yeah, so I feel like he should have more money.
Watt taking a very aggressive stance on defending this angle here.
Straxa finding another kill over on that bathroom side. Mini gonna even it out back onto Slat, so 1 for 1 on A right now. Nuts, hitting the res too. Good job there, but the nade gonna put him right back in the dirt. Oh, that's unfortunate right there, but very good usage of that util. Remembered where he killed him and had the nade throw perfectly down. Execute smokes coming back out. Nuts gonna get a heal off as the plant comes down. 4v3 for the attackers right now, so if they can get in positions after this, they'll be in a good spot. Got 2 coming on that flank through A short. Kura gonna be in charge of watching that, but they could overwhelm him. Resos making a lot of noise, pushing up right here, peeking slowly, sees Kura, gets the kill onto him there, and takes out Nuts. Heads up play there. Maybe we would have liked to see Nuts swing a little bit louder. The Cypher ult gonna come out, but everyone's gonna be dead before it even gets triggered, as a beautiful retake from the 3 remaining players on Shitty. It's gonna give them a 5-2 lead.
very well played coming in from the Shidiots.
That's such a good name.
I feel bad for saying it, but I love saying it. All right. Well, looking at it now,
Producers encouraging us to be more aggressive when we pronounce it. So the Shidiots are up 5-2, taking a really big lead here. As
they're drawing very far away now, and it is starting to become quite apparent the difference in playstyle and the difference. I wouldn't say it's difference in skill; they are quite fairly even, but their playstyles and decision making can be are making big changes.
Look at Mini looking for the camera up in the upper area. Finally,
caught onto that.
Yeah, figuring out where that is. This is pretty much a almost a full save, not a full save, but a pretty big save round coming in. They will see it, but not before it catches them out in hookah. But I believe there's a bulldog on the breach and no other rifles. And in the corner there, Rezos not going to be able to pick it up. The one bulldog coming up big, smokes dropping down everywhere, and that spike's going to go down. So a really good B execute. One player on the CT side about to get trapped in an elbow, maybe. No, going to back out, meet up with the rest of his team. All four of them, though, playing the CT spawn area, and I think a Cypher ult just came out. So all of them, all their positions revealed. They know they have no one flanking right there. So this looks like to be a really good setup for the eggs. And Kura going to find 3 so far. Maybe looking for the ace.
It doesn't look good for the defenders right now. Attackers have the advantage. The plant is down, and the bomb is ticking off, and it doesn't look like it's going to be defused anytime soon. A lot of crowd control is being put down to make sure they mitigate any other attempts coming through. Zerk finds a kill on Takura, but it may not just be enough. A couple of shots missed, but Sealy secures it, saves Nuts as Zerk gets taken out, and they all teleport back to safety. They win the round, and they save their guns at the same time.
Big ups to Kura right there, able to basically take the only rifle on the team and then transition that into a 3K to lead off the push. A 5v2 coming into that's putting your team in a great position. Rezos probably should have been able to win that gunfight at that range. At least go 1-for-1 there to slow things down, but Kura, man-moding up, dropping down out of hookah, finds his team an entry and just gets them around. So 3 rounds already on the attacker side. If they can get another 1 or 2 more out of these 4 remaining, they'll be in a very good spot come the defensive round. But you see 3 ults on either team. I want to see an Omen ult do something really cool by the time this half is over.
Ooh, gets caught. Location is revealed. We'll pull up tracking dart off his chest. Omen has to pull back just a little bit while Mini checks for that camera yet again. Not sure if... Oh, there we go. Does see it. Doesn't land it, though. Camera will stay there, and the bomb buddy will do his job and
we see a 1-for-1
track
coming
someone
out, though. Naz is able to catch Watt getting a little bit aggressive, and he gets Rezos in hookah right there. Both bomb bots on top of each other. Strexa somehow not going to get caught by either of them. But the spike's going to go down with a player ad on the attacker, so Naz doing a good job able to find those kills in right here. We see 2 people playing by elbow with a cam watching just that corner. I haven't seen a cam used like that before. Straxa, they're still on A. I think this is just a save for the defenders. Yeah, they are not making any efforts to stop them here. Maybe just hoping they'll get a kill off of someone getting caught by the bomb. I'm not sure. Maybe looking to catch people taking the tele exit, but I'm surprised. I'm really actually surprised that we haven't seen Shidiots use more retake flanks. It feels like every time they've attempted to retake a bomb site, it's been through CT spawn. And, maybe, you don't want to take the tele because it gives you away, but you can still rotate through market. Get a very easy flank off, go into long, repush from some different angles rather than just getting choked off in CT. But Egg's going to manage to keep 4 people alive and get the bomb off. 3 people staying alive on the Shidiots. Gotta say it with aggression, but 5-4 now, and if every match does play out differently, but if you manage to go even on attacking side, you've got to be feeling really good about that if you're the Eggs.
It's probably the best attacking performance we've seen so far, considering the fact that most games that we have played, the defenders are on a very one-sided performance. However, we are looking at a couple of abilities being thrown out there, a couple of standard cameras being used by the defense as well, a lot of pre-firing coming out from a double push from the garden. Kura now pushing up through B long. may just be able to fight someone and maybe find someone around the B window. Sealy has to pull back just a little bit, doesn't want to enter the cage. Nas doesn't have much of a choice with the Shrouded Darkness in front of him.
Yeah, that camera dart trying to hit someone, not gonna land anything. Still have a res that's been unused for a pretty long time on the side of the shitiots. But Omen ult as well. You know, we saw him doing a lot in the beginning, but there comes in the breach ult flying into B side. They've had a lot of success here, and the tank's gonna come through again. There are 3 people waiting on it, and Strax are gonna use that rocket launcher to take out Sealy. Counter rocket launcher. No, mini shoots too far forward. Doesn't get it into Cubby. Nas will end up taking out Straxa, so really no harm, no foul, but Watt gonna trade out real quick. Rezos, the only one still on site, playing over by Elbow as the plant's going down. 3v3 as they come back in right now. Really gonna want to see that Sage res be used here as you're running out of rounds to start winning on CT side.
Trying to shoot through the wall and land a couple of kills, but will provide no results. Two members on the attacking
right here.
team
You can
still
smoke
alive.
that or anything. Oh, here comes the Brim ulti.
Yeah, he's gonna clear it out. They won't be able to defuse it anytime soon. Calling it down there. I think now
There's
is
the
land?
res.
No, hasn't used the Brim.
Oh, this
there
could be
we go.
big.
Perfect timing. Lands 1 kill onto Slate. Couple of shots go
Oh, and
out.
he gets the spray with another
Does
2.
look like
That's
the
a 4K.
defuse will
but
be successful, and Omen
it
will not be
will.
able to stop anything.
That wall ending up still helping them to save it. Just Watt in his own smoke, able to get the defuse off. So really crazy round right there. Oh, he no way. Omen ulted there. Did he ult onto the bomb in his own smoke?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool. I've wanted to do that on Omen for such a long time, but never had the opportunity to. But that's a really
400 IQ
interesting
play,
usage.
dude.
That's really smart, actually. Sometimes, you know, as much as you want to say, oh yeah, he teleed into spawn and killed 4 people, those really short-range teleports are the things that people never expect, and he probably just smokes off bomb and goes into it. And we see that Nas wasn't expecting it, so despite his 4K, ends up losing that round.
But that's exactly what Omen's about, you know, being sneaky, being a little bit more unexpected, and really trying to get the jump on people. Not really trying to telegraph too many of his moves. So as they push up 6-4 now, it does look like the Shidiots are still in lead, but the eggs aren't too far behind. Nas, Kura, pushing up now.
Shidiots are really going to want to win both of these remaining rounds to, you know, feel comfortable going into attacking side. If Eggs are able to take any one of these, they're going to be in pretty dicey territory.
Not too many angles to have to hold right now, but ooh, okay. Does look like the shockwave coming out from the Brimstone. Does telegraph his position. Bombarding. Oh no! The wall.
Poor Gary.
Denies him. Unfortunate. Does get pushed out of those showers as well. Bomb Buddy gets essentially made useless. Wow!
Zerk with
Okay.
the wall bang. That was from below heaven. Slow going to come out from nuts, but be comfortable in the back left. They're not able to win the spray fight against Strax. The spike goes down with only a few seconds remaining, but in this 5v2, I can't imagine Kura and Sealy are going to have too much of a chance here. One goes down. Sealy finds the Spectre kill. Flash comes back out, and another trade. So 1v3 for the Cypher. Holding a short. Can he win the fight against the Omen? Gets the spray headshot.
Ooh,
Runs
runs out
them
of
off
bullets.
bomb, but Rezos doing a good job of protecting his teammate on the bomb. Gonna be 7-4 as we move into the last round of the half.
So I mean, I found that Strux's C4 throw was, and the delayed explosion was actually pretty good, considering that they used that opportunity to actually pick up a kill with by wallbanging and shooting the agents that were running away
It's a
from it.
distraction, really.
Yeah,
It felt like,
absolutely.
just
It was a bait.
used-
They didn't
yeah, we were
expect
on their
it.
cams. We were on, I think, the Razor cam when Sage got killed. You just saw them staring at the satchel and then got wall banged. So good use of that ability and the sound it makes. In particular.
Wow.
But Mini Getting really aggressive, finds a kill onto Resos right away. Kura gonna take out Watt as well. This B take is going swimmingly for them as they're now getting out of hookah. One in CT, but the Cypher ult's gonna reveal where everyone is, so good to use that on the last round. We see a res up on stage, but ooh, Nas finds a Molly kill.
Oh no!
There's the Brimstone ult, only gonna be used to stall though, as it's still a 2v5 for Slat and Kura, I believe that Sage is. Good notification.
Well,
no, Zerk as
Zerk is
Kura
down,
managed to find the
and
kill.
wow, okay.
Gets 3. 7-5 on after the first half, but with those 5 rounds on attackers, you've got to imagine the eggs are feeling pretty comfortable now after the side change.
Yeah, starting on 5 after a swap is definitely something that they're gonna be appreciating a little bit. Couple of pistol buyouts there, obviously, for preference, and I mean, it's a pistol round. It is what it is. 25
What's your
seconds left
preference?
on the prep.
Do you go Ghost or Armor?
Ooh.
I'm an Armor player myself because I'm bad, so I need as much health as I can get. I'm not
Considering
I'm not
that I have to
one-taps.
play in Oceania with ping, I opt
True.
for armor. I opt for armor because my
True,
shots
that's
aren't landing all the time. Or whenever I do, they just don't connect, you know?
Yeah, I'm a util based player, you know, not as much of an aim based player as a util one.
I'm a team based player, you know, like I provide
Yeah.
the call outs.
Yeah, I go in, I miss my shots and I die, but I let you trade me out, so I'm doing exactly what I need to do.
And you know what?
So-
That's the kind of attitude we gotta have sometimes, you know, just being productive and considerate with our decision making.
Productive Debts is the name of my game plan, but no one's trying to die here, as we do see a lot of pressure coming in here. Nas gonna get 2 off the Molly. Resos and Watt going down to that, not something you like to see. The execute smokes were down, but the spike gets dropped out pretty early. They're gonna go for a plant if they feel it's safe, but oh, here comes the wall. Guarantee that safety. They only need to watch out for oh, the bridge charge does it get?
Wow.
It gets 1 and the nades come out. The utility there, picking up 4 kills on this pistol round. And after getting a pretty good amount of rounds on attack, eggs are really showing up strong right here.
Only 1 off from bringing in an even score line for the eggs. Swapping over, it doesn't look good for the shitty hits so far. They've really got to get it together and make sure that they secure this win for themselves and this lead, because they might just lose it in 1 more round. Also, I feel like the shitty hits really are slipping here. What do you think they need to do in order to secure this win, considering that they are in the lead and now that their roles have been swapped, they're losing their tempo and their momentum?
Well, right now, since they're on a full save pretty much, you just want to get any kills you can, maybe get a bomb down. And they're letting Sage get the orb, which is a good development. But oh, Kara gonna land a nasty headshot. But Straxa able to find a counter kill with the nades onto Kara. That's a good stepping stone. They have a kill in on B right here. That might force out rotates. They know a second is actually in the telly right here. So if they leave one person to watch that, they could rotate A. No, they're probably only going to have a 3v2, which, you know, for a full save still isn't great odds. But right now, at least, you know, they're in a decent position to play this. Going in the long haul, it's just going to be about smart ability usage. You know, we saw how good eggs were with those abilities last round, right? 4 to 5 kills, 2 abilities, not even to gunfights. So you want to be a little bit more spread out with how you take things. We see a lot of teams looking for this Brimstone execute smokes plus a stage wall onto A, but the issue with that is that it's kind of like what we saw on Split when Bird Bombers had such a dominating performance, is that even if you give up sight, if you huddle them all into one area, you can just, you know, pick them off later. I want to see some more wide range kind of takes being done here, and I specifically want to see that done with the Omen ult. But that's enough of my rambling, as we do have a spike down in on B in a 3v3 right now. So Molly going to go over towards elbow. Slack gets some smokes onto CT. Oh, someone's really close in elbow right there, but 2 of the attackers are super low. All 3 of them now. Only a sliver of health, not even 50 health among them. But Straxa finds the headshot onto Nuts. Resos finds Nas, and somehow we see Shitty is trying to turn this into a round right here. As
We'll see Sealy get a kill, but he gets hit low enough that he's just going to be forced to save, it looks like. Oh, no! He goes down at the very end, but after losing pistol round and being on a full save, they somehow pull that round out. That's just a great job on their end. You know, you mentioned what Shitty needed to do, and it's win the full save second round is what they needed to do. But, yeah, I do think the point still stands. I want to see Omen ult be used to create some more space. We've seen a trend today of not only of the CT teams taking rounds, but a lot of the plants being very, like, plant first, positioning later type of deal. And if you can maybe spread out a little more, get people in on site rather than just smoke off sightlines to get the bomb down, you'll have much of an easier time defending it.
Ooh, Dart misses just once, and Zerk lands a nice kill into Nuts. One Sage over the other, and the eggs do lose their healer. The Cypher's dropped quite low as well. Omen has taken a couple of shots, but isn't too worse for wear as he has the Sage to heal him up. Will they be able to make something happen?
Wishing his Sage was up right now. With that red health bar. I mean, even though with the kill, though, they're not taking things too quickly. We've got a 2-2 setup for the defenders right now, but Spike is rotating back towards A. One in Heaven, one in U-Hauls can very easily kind of lock off that U-Haul player and get the bomb down. And I mean, again, I really want to see attackers on A get aggressive. You know, have that Raze walk out of bathrooms, kill people, maybe smoke off lower CT, and then Satchel jump into Heaven. Just spread out your players and get more angles of control down, rather than kind of playing this more passive, like, scurrying around, oh, let's get the plant down while there's smokes, and then not worrying about killing anyone. Like, look, there's 4 people grouped up here. They're gonna get the plant, and they even have a numbers ad, but they're all grouped up. You know, one Raze rocket could kill, like, 4 of them here. Granted, all attackers have that, not them, but Strax are gonna take out one, Watt getting another, and see, look, all the kills are just flooding in for them, actually. Although, no, never mind. It's defense, I'm wrong. They're going to win that round pretty handily, but it looked like a bit of a save for the defenders. So, 6-9, a nice scoreline right there, that's for sure, if you're attacking right now. As it looks like we're going to be seeing a full buy round out on both teams here. Only one ult on either team right now. It feels like they haven't been building as fast as I'd be expecting. Or maybe they're just using them, we're not catching that. But only the Brimstone and the Raze ulti out here right now. Watt's only at 3 out of 7. Has not seen too much action so far, since that Omen ult is really what I'm looking towards to really be a game changer. But some pressure up B long right here. They found an opening pick there last time. Maybe they try to do it again.
1 minute, 25 seconds left on the clock. 6-9 right now. The Shidiots. And the eggs. Not too much action just going down just yet, but with a minute and 15, surely something will come to light. A lot of push coming onto the B side right now. A is hanging around. They've got a couple of attackers around A, but it does look like they are going to be shifting over, picking up that spike and rotating over to B window very soon. A might have to make a rotation back on that defense over to B in order to make good time so that they don't get flooded. As soon as they make it out of the gardens and the hookah room, the Shidiots are going to be able to flood that site quite quickly unless anyone on A's defense manages to pull in perhaps a flank, a very late flank, but it may just be too late. The cage comes out, does look like Razus is trying to bunny hop his way through the slope, misses a couple of shots, and Kura picks up a nice headshot for himself. Struxa picks up Kura in return as a refrag, and Nuts takes out Struxa with Slate. Picking out Nuts with a double kill onto Sealy. 1-2 right now. This man maybe the only thing they have. Oh no, he's right in the middle of the ult. He manages to dodge it in a corner by himself. Also, this man is living on...
Ult's right back at them in hookah. You gotta get that plant down, buddy. Only 3 seconds. This is gonna be close. Will he get it in time?
Yes!
No! Not in time. He
wanted the same plant in the corner, but just didn't... He could have planted it at any point. I mean, maybe he was afraid they'd be in CT, but he ulted hookah. Could have just planted right where he was standing almost. So, definitely a big gaff by Slat. Came in, got those clutch 2 kills, dodged out the ulti, but just unable to get the bomb down in time. So if you're Kura and the rest of the eggs, you will take that kill, or that round win. But Shitty, really looking to come alive on offense, even more so than on defense.
Just goes here.
A lot of aggression and defense coming out from the eggs and the Shitty, both equally. A lot of aggression and push actually going on to B early. Only one member from the Shitty actually pushing on to A. Does spell to be quite an aggressive push, perhaps. A little apprehensive, perhaps, but the spike is on the other side of the map, contrary to where the attackers are pushing. I'm not too sure if this is a misplay or a miscommunication, but it does look like the one attacker has to make a very long rotation all the way to B, and it's not going to be a very good time for him.
That being said, though, Watt was able to find a kill onto Kuro, one of the better players on this defending team, and Rezos is going to take out Sealy. So attackers, the spray headshot through a wall onto Nuts. Zerka asserting dominance in the in the healer v healer, excuse me, as only 2 players alive on the defense. Nas in an interesting position, pushed up in elbow, could maybe get a flank kill, but would probably lose his life for it. No ults either for the defenders right here, so this is looking to be another attacker round coming through.
And that's exactly what they needed to do. So we spoke about this before. They were losing in the start, but there we go. Slate picking up another kill onto Nas, refragging it from one brimstone to the next. Mini's going to rotate into the showers. Doesn't look like there's much available to them. Just going to try to save. It's not a great round for him, especially with a sliver of health. He's going to have to go back, lick his wounds, and try to find something safe. But the rest of the attacking team are out for blood. They have the diffuser. They have the spike down, and it does go off, is detonated, and the defense lose, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen attackers take more rounds than defenders right here. And just when we thought, eggs were really starting to warm up, Shitty have really come out swinging on offense. We see that Omen ult 1 away. Really going to be looking forward to see how that is used. But I feel like you got to do something different on B. The amount of time someone's ran up B long and gotten an entry kill onto site now has been more rounds than not, I'm pretty sure. As we will see a partial save coming out from offense. Mini with a Phantom, but 2 shorties on Sealy and Nuts. Big fan of that weapon, just because of how cheesy it can be sometimes, but gonna really look to see. Where is that slow orb going that Nuts just shot? Interesting. Gonna find the scattergun kill right out of my home game of TF2. Gonna take out the Cypher right there. Had no answer to that, as the one Phantom on the team is able to pick up 2. The Cypher coming out, gonna reveal Slat right outside of Hookah, and the Omen right by the telly, and suddenly we've got a round on our hands from Eggs. Shorty's working out. Kura on the Frenzy gonna take out Slat, so Econ Warriors right now.
Yeah, definitely an upset a surprising round that we didn't expect to really come around. In reasonable style, I'd have to say. The slow coming out from, I believe it was Nuts, actually going out and actually collecting the kill onto the Cypher. Crazy. Faces didn't see that one coming, man.
Just watch that. Just watch that man run out with a shorty and kill his fellow humans.
Yeah, we were wondering, where's that slow orb going? Where's it gonna land? Oh, right there.
Yeah, but I mean, look at what Mini was able to do with that Phantom that was saved from the previous round. Picked up a 3K with it, and I mean, as funny as the shorty kill is, if you don't have the triple kill on the raise there, probably don't win that round. And now suddenly they just swap their econ around, and they're in a really good spot to maybe go on a run here, tie this game back up, and see how far we can go with it.
Pushing up now, it does look like they are going to be pulling back a little bit. Paint shells go out. Won't collect anyone this time. Takes out the Cypher tripwires.
Just as I say that, though, talking about how, Shitties are in a good, or Eggs weren't around to get a run on, suddenly we see those entry frags come right back in on B. Spike's still not down yet for some reason. I think that must have just been a slight miscommunication as it runs all the way up through long, but they will get that down. He's given Egg sometimes to rotate, and ooh, the big breach ult. He tried to stop the plant, but clearly not enough, but Nas gonna take out 2, and the Rocket, though, gets another 2 back in return. So Watt here gonna try to stick up with the rest of his team. Mini sneaking into hookah, but has someone watching from the right side.
Wow. Okay, takes him out
Takes
with a
out Slat.
headshot. Very, very, very clutch moment here
There's the
for
nade
him.
into Cubby to clear that. Knows they're not going to be there. Checks out towards elbow. Doesn't see anyone. Peeks towards long, clearing things as he should be. But starts getting shot. Watt with the good timing to get in right between those checks. And suddenly we are 1 round away from a 12... or 2 rounds away from a round victory here for Shitiots. We're slightly ahead after the defensive half, but really, if anything, have picked it up on offense, it feels like. Consistently being able to get into sites and, have those deep takes that that we were talking about, looking to spread out, get some ground, have people playing in long, in hookah, in CT, and it ends up working out for them.
Tear them down.
Eggs low on right now, but not too far off from that score line. Do look like they are still capable of making a pretty strong comeback here. 3 ultimates ready on the attacker side for Shitiots, and a couple of traveling shadows coming out from Watt here. Paranoia maybe to try to block off some line of sight for the rest of his team. Calls back the camera. Races does get picked up by the tripwire. Nuts doesn't see anyone just yet over the top of this building, but right now that slow orb didn't do too much from the attacking side there. Kura and Nuts are just holding it down for this for this defense. A lot
we see
more
a
going
lot
out there
of
for
movement
Watt as
around
well.
this B side again, as it has been a very good thing. Ooh, and there is Watt tellying through the smoke. Kura not able to take him out before he goes down to Strexa. Sealy, though, in the smoke, takes out the Omen. Player ad for the defenders right now, but there comes the Cypher ultimate, going to reveal all of their positions right now. As we see players in on site, Spike been planted, so 3v3. Mini with the long flank through Fountain all the way behind them. Might find a kill right here, but Strexa is on the lookout for it.
He's waiting for it right now. He's gonna miss it, but he hears it come
Fired,
around.
yeah. Oh, there goes the rocket.
Oh,
it's not enough,
my
and he
God.
dies. Mini, oh, you gotta hit those.
Oh, and here
Surely
comes
the area of effect would have killed him at that point, but no, the Brimstone ulti will come down as well, just to mitigate any rotation coming through the garden. But they are going to be getting this diffuser. It is successful, and wow, okay.
Yeah,
very
big
nice
play
game
by
from the egg.
Slats there, I'm pretty sure, to help kind of pull that back after Mini's misplay down long. So, or that's Nas, excuse me, able to pull that back. Nas and Sealy doing a good job of finishing that out. See the operator coming out of Nuts here. I think that's the first time we've really seen that this game, I'm pretty sure. Might just be looking down long with it, knowing that Shitiots like to get aggressive there, but 9-11 means that we're going to have to see a bunch of defender wins strung along in a row if we want to see this go overtime. Which I think we always do.
A lot of smoke and mirrors right now as they push through. Straxe takes out Sealy. And Nas going to pull on the smoke as well.
Oh, wow.
Steam
They went
Beacon
for a
will be able to help
double
him
peek.
hold that angle.
They went for a double peek out bathrooms. Mini, though, going to even it right back out. Finds Straxa, takes down that enemy Raze. So 4v4 right now still. Every time the player number is lower, though, it is slightly more in favor of the attacking team. But there is Zerk getting the res all the way back out of bathroom. So a great usage of that to return the numbers advantage to them, making this offense about to be a lot easier, especially when it looks like they're going to head towards A.
Yeah, a lot of the rotations coming through the market there, going to A. Both Stim Beacons being put down by Nas now. Doesn't have any left, but there we go. Bomb Buddy will be able to find one. Gets taken out, though. Smoke screens go down. One by the bathroom getting taken out there. Headshot for Nas. Couple of paint shells as well getting thrown out by Mini. So
Mini killing Straxa again, like, hey, I already did this.
Yeah, Kura gets taken out as well,
though, yeah.
unfortunately.
Attackers are grouped up very much towards A short right now. They're defenders are kind of pushing up slowly, choking out advantage. Mini gonna find kill number 3 onto Slat right there. Watt is very far behind, used Omen ult this round, it looks like. Not sure where he went with that.
No.
But, ooh, Nuts not able to hit the op shot. Gonna let Nas go down. Has to pick up that Spectre. Starts the defuse, baits him out, gets one. Watt's the only one remaining. Can Mini land the spray headshot? Does not look like he will be able to. Gonna go down, and Watt picks himself up a 3K and puts the Shades one round away from moving on to winter finals.
Watt just uses the teleport just in time in order to shadow step out of the explosion. Close.
Smooth move.
I know, right? Worth it. Definitely worth it.
I'd love an instant replay to know where Watt tellied that round, because the Omen ult did come out, but did not get to see where. But, yeah, really going to be on the backs of, I want to say the B players especially right now, for Eggs to just be solid and get kills without having to, trade them or give up sight for it. Since, even though the last round was an A take, we've seen B be a major weakness for them here. So if they can get B solidified, that could help them, give them, the room they need. And Kura getting a kill onto Watt with the Stinger is going to be a great way to start that round off. Some more kind of positioning going around here. Some smokes coming down on A right here. Nas gonna find Straxa through the smoke, it looks like. Echoing back his shots and finding his head. Gonna take him down. Strax has not been having too much fun on offense the past few rounds, even though they have been winning. As now a 5v3 for the defenders, exactly what they need, as they are again on match point. Smokes looks like from Nas to continue to help stall this. See the res up on defense as well right now. So Brimstone with the ultimate. Oh, they're pushing it into A. The spray down from Nas finds another 2.
Fantastic
Great
spray coming from Nas.
Out right there. Yeah, it's only going to be Rezos alive. He's going to take out Mini before Sealy takes him out from heaven, and it's the kind of round you need to be taking. If you're the Egg, just looking to pull that back.
There we go, Nas with 24 kills right now and only 12 deaths. So, doubling his own scoreline with a 2.0 KD. Pretty impressive considering that they're still on the back foot of some of these games. So
Nuts is sitting on 21 assists despite being 5 and 16. I mean, I know that the res and Heal will give you assists for those people, but that's a big number.
That's a lot of work. That's a lot of teamwork. That's exactly what your Sage should be doing. Any other Sage trying to pick up frags is not a Sage.
Yeah, you can say, oh, well, you're not winning too many 1v1s, but if you're enabling your team to be winning 1v1s, that's fine. Now, granted, they're on the verge of losing this match, so maybe you want to be a little bit better than 5 and 16, but we do see 4 ults on the defending side as well. Brimstone, the only ult not up right here. Breach looking to hold it. Where is he? That's in lower CT, pushed really far back, not even holding U-Hauls. But the spike is rotating towards B right now, so we should expect to see some action there very soon.
Slate as well, going to be rotating around, holding down the window. Tucks himself away in the corner. And Watt sees one. Nope, that's his teammate.
Pretty aggressive tripwire, honestly. That far up gives some early warning, as they are looking to start peeking in right here. People very close in hookah.
Oh, no.
Here comes the breach tremor. Nuts, though, takes out Slat. Finds a second as well. Zerk gonna go down, so that tremor doing good work from Sealy, able to hit them there. As the spike, they hear the telly goes out. The bomb is heading A right here. They're going to be slow on the rotate, so that spike will go down. But with a 5v3 and I believe that's Rezos sitting that low on the Cypher. Oh, Straxa jumps out of the breach charge. Great heads-up play there to get into bathroom and safe from the molly. Unfortunately, though, that 1-for-1 means only 2 people alive. Nas takes out Straxa. It's only Watt up right now. He is going to be saving that ghost. Not exactly the position you want to be in. Maybe try to find a gun elsewhere, but...
Oh, he's actually going back onto site. Caught out, doesn't land any of those shots yet, but he loses regardless. Spike is defused, and Nas picks up the final kill.
I think he wanted to get a little cheeky there. Maybe try to stop a diffuser, but I don't think he realized the bomb was planted in the safe cubby rather than out in the open. Or maybe, maybe you can make an argument for him running into the telly trying to find a gun in hookah, but clearly was aiming more towards the bomb, so bit of a misplay, but we are 1 round away from overtime, and with 5 ults on the defense that they will not be able to keep, because again, should you tie 12-12, that last round is a total reset. Everyone at $5,000, 3 points away from ult. I'll be expecting to see a lot of ability usage come out right here with 3 on B and everyone motioning there.
Do we expect to go the full 25 rounds?
If you lose this with 5 ults up on defense, that's going to be very bad. The breach ult's gonna, the brimstone is gonna come down, take out Nuts. Not gonna be able to get that res off. There's the breach ult though, stalling everyone dropping out of hookah, giving his team that precious time to rotate. Kura still sitting up, or he got walled off, but there's the own counter brimstone ult, gonna stop that plant from going down for just a little bit longer. Rezo's getting aggressive on site, making sure that the plant will go down, and with a 4v5 right now, 3 of those ults are already gone. Really going to look for Mini on that race to open things up with that rocket launcher. Oh, and that slow hitting 3 people by the side of Elbow is so hard to look at. What in the deep flank? There is Nas, takes out one on Rezos right there. Peeks around, hits the tripwire, going to be revealed, but trades out with Slap. The Boombot gets another one as well. Still ult on Raze, but Zerk gets the res onto Strax. So there's the rocket, finds one. The defuse starts up, it is only Watt peeking out of Hookah. Gonna get both of them on the spray. They grouped up and gave him a lineup, and that will be the Omen, the last man standing, as the Shitiots clutch it out and move on to winners final, getting them to at least top 3rd. What a game.
A very close match. Coming out on top, the Shitiots take it away, 13-11. Almost went up into an overtime game mode, but they did leave that one victorious, and Watt clutched it out, 17-13 scoreline, with an econ rating of 53. Not bad, but mind you, Strax it with 89 on that econ rating, with 23 kills and 17 deaths. Crazy.
Yeah, definitely up there. One thing I do want to point out, though, is that I feel like Zerk being the first one dead is really not what you want out of your Sage in a last round when she has res up. Imagine if that, instead of, Zerk dying there, it's like Rezos who dies. And you have that res, you have one more player able to watch for Watt in Hookah, able to take him out there, you get the defuse, and suddenly we're still playing this game, but maybe Nuts is somewhat baiting for even that weak KD with a ton of assists is exactly what Shitiots needed, as they do end up Nuts was the first one dead, I think. I'm not sure. It's difficult with mirrored classes, but I do know that the defending Sage was the first kill that they found there, and that really just set them off on a bad foot for that round. Losing the wall, losing the ice slows to, kind of trap people, really gonna hurt.
Fantastic use of utility coming up from both teams there. We are now looking towards our next game, but looking at that last round that we just played, Alto, how are you feeling about the way the teams played with one another? Because I feel like not only was it neck to neck, I felt like the decision making in that game was far better than what most other decisions were made in some of the previous matches we had, which really goes to show why these guys were in the semis and are moving now. And we now have the Shitiots moving into the grand finals, which is kind of funny for me to say.
Well, winners finals will say that, as still not grand finals yet. They'll have to take on whoever comes in from the other bracket right there. But I don't know, the way they played definitely gave me a little bit of cause for concern. I mean, it's whenever you have a tournament like this, it's always difficult to judge relative skill levels to all the other teams, especially because we haven't seen them play. So maybe Shitiots rolled all their other matches, and it was just that Eggs were a similar level to them. But even though they ended up winning, the way that they won felt very kind of tenuous. Maybe is the word. Rounds were coming down to be really close. Like they still were that close. I feel like when they were able to consistently get almost free entry picks onto B. And you saw them not play too well on defense, really relying on offense for them to come out there. So, should another team maybe... I'm not sure how map picks work here. My immediate guess is that each team gets one map ban, and then, whichever one is left is the one that they play. Should a team ban Bind against them? I feel like the more CT-sided maps you get, the worse they're going to do. So... they definitely have some very good players and some abilities to pop off. Straxa was doing a really good job of consistently finding kills. Watt as well, with the Omen pick kind of mixing things up a little bit. But I'd be a little bit concern for them moving forward. Right, I
So
think
the next game we have is Eggs versus Ronalds. And so we're going to go to a short break until we see that game come through. But at the same time, I feel like it's going to be a pretty interesting match, all things considered, with how Eggs and how Ronalds have both played. Ronalds winning their last game, I think, and Eggs losing this one here. So certainly, I think, if you ask me, Alto, a match that is that's going to be pretty interesting to watch. But having said that, will Ronalds be able to continue on in this lower bracket? We'll have to see as we go to a short break, boys and girls. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
We laugh and we stop, we try not to talk about. Still your smile keep on heating up the climate, and all the blood to my cheeks are rushing out, yeah, yeah. And by accident, you're getting closer. Well, can you tell me something, tell me something? Is it a wild shot of letting you know that you're the topic of all of my thoughts, yeah. 'Cause I'm so sick of this friend zone. Whatever it is, it just feels so real. And your eyes keep on talking in the silence, and all the blood to my cheeks are rushing now, yeah, yeah. And I'm hoping you are getting closer. Well, can you tell me something, tell me something? Is it a wild shot of letting you know that you're the topic of all of my thoughts, yeah. Can you tell me something, tell me something? Well, can you tell me something, tell me something? Well, can you tell me something, tell me something? 'Cause I'm so sick of this friend zone.
You don't know that's the topic. And if you talking juice, well then you know I got it. Then you know I got it. Nobody got it like me.
You know.
They can try, but can do it like Vinny. Yeah, no permission. I got it.
And we're back, boys and girls. Hasn't been long. We didn't go too far away, but we are here now, back on Bind again for another matchup. Alto, who are we seeing this time?
We're going to see two teams that we should be very well familiar with. We will have Eggs, who just took a hard-fought loss to Shitiots in that past match, going up against Ronald's, team we saw take an even harder loss to Bird Bombers a few rounds ago on Split. They will be meeting on Bind, which seems to be the most common map we've got here. And, you know, being familiar with both of these teams, it'll be nice to have some familiar faces in this, as both teams are... It looks like finished with Agent Select as we're moving in right here. So
let's look at this roster going through, man.
Yeah, all right, do we finally have the full mirror here?
Oh, yes.
We do.
Yeah, we do.
Yes, this should do.
All right, so red is Eggs, which we should know if you were just watching. And Ronald's, again, after their hard loss, showing that they really do deserve to be here and just kind of got a unlucky matchup with an unlucky team starting off T-side Split. But they will come in here on a defense starting off, really looking to maybe make a name for themselves here, show that, hey, that loss we took, even though it was pretty hard, just a fluke, let's keep going. We are getting right into this, though, but yeah, we are going to have those full mirror matchups of the Sage, Breach, Brimstone, Cypher, and Raze. Some quick action in showers really early on. The nade going to come through, forcing off whoever's playing over there, as a lot of A pressure looking to come out right off the bat.
A lot of pressure around A. Both angles and both corridors do have quite a few people around them. Camera down over by B long, just catching, just double checking if anyone's going to be around that corner. You know what? I just realized we've only seen Sova once, and we haven't seen Jet yet. What's wrong with Jet? Absolutely nothing. But right now we're in a complete stalemate. I don't think.
Yeah, I think what's wrong with Jet is just the lack of utility. Her smokes are pretty much only for her.
People just aren't good
things.
enough.
But there go the execute smokes, and Sound gonna rail off a shot onto Mini through a smoke. I think that was Nez finding one onto Nas as well. That's two already down. Bomb is still stuck up A short.
Wow.
Sealy and Kerr are gonna answer that right back out though. So 3v3, but all their positions should be known right now. Iced off in U-Hauls is Mashed, the man who was really making things happen for Ronald's there. He's going to find Kerr with a headshot through a wall. Spike is going to go down. Nuts now pushing that Cypher smoke. Might have a good flank up, but no. Mash wants another wall bang headshot. And only one man left. Manly's going to finish it off, and that is the round.
An action-packed couple of seconds there as the spike did go down, but will be diffused. The Eggs lose that first opening round to the Pistols, and unfortunately do not leave victorious. However, they're not too far behind. It is still early days, and Ronald's are looking better than what we saw before. So
Right, and for anyone just joining us that didn't see that last match, Ronald's had the unfortunate pleasure of going 0-12 on T-side split, which granted is the most defender-sided map in the game right now, but we saw Mashed really playing his absolute heart out, managing to consistently find, opening kills to get them into sites, just not ever able to clutch out a round. That game finished 13-2, but he's definitely, in my eyes, the player to watch going forward right here, as he was able to make things happen on defense and offense. Some pressure now in on that B side, though. The Boombot going to come out of the teleporter. Getting a little cheeky there, but Hookah was walled off. Manly, though, going to get taken out from long. That wall going to be broken. Wood now alone. Finds a trade back onto Sealy, but knows that Cypher is out into the elbow area. He's going to get iced out and flanked. Curran actually coming right back around, sneakily taking out his counterpart. The wall in CT is not good. There's a gap in it, and there goes Mash. Finds the kill in with that ghost, but will get traded out right back, though. Now, Nez fighting off Mini, I want to say. It's difficult without the player icons. No, that's the Brimstone fighting the Rays, and vice versa. The Molly's going to come out. Nez deep in on sight. Gonna find one and two.
What a flick shot onto Nas in long to defuse that bomb and win that round.
Brazilian Queen really showing us an explosive performance coming through on that second round there. Fantastic flick shot, like you said, and really securing it. Almost lost that, but Nez was just a little bit better this time around.
Yeah, you gotta feel bad for Manly as well, putting that wall in through CT, unfortunately not able to line it up perfectly as it was smoked off, leaving that small crack that even though Mini, or who was the Brimstone, even though Sound wasn't able to get any kills, being able to, kind of peek through it caused enough of a distraction that Mini had to deal with him, gave Nez plenty of time to get in and get those 2 kills. So a slight misfire in that ability leading directly to a round loss pretty much. But, that was the second round after Pistol, so you kind of expect that to go to the defense anyway. But we should be on a full gun round here. Sound actually still on that Spectre. Manly as well, so I guess all the deaths put a really big dent in their econ right here. So interesting how this is going to turn out. Nuts pushing up along with the Phantom, but no action yet.
Doing a great job right now, just holding down this line of sight. Mini dodges out that slow by jumping on the box. Has an interesting angle over into the corner, but Nez holding a crossfire to her location as well. I'm sure they're aware of where Mini is. However, Nez just decides to pull back, maybe rotate over to A, feels something amiss, and might have to do a rotation onto a different site. Actually doubles back onto B. Unsure and indecisive of what they want to be, but after these tremors come down and the stim pack goes out, they're going to be sure that they're making a very quick push to A. All the defenders are rotating over through the back line there.
Oh, the breach charge!
All the abilities are going through. Nuts gets picked up through the wall from Breach. The spike is going to be planted. Nope. Oh my gosh! Nez landing an amazing 2K with the rocket jump and the ultimate. Picks up the win, and Wood cleans it up, securing it. Wow. Alto, you were saying
that
before that
collapsed so quickly.
You were saying before how we all want to see this happen with Rays, but it's not gonna happen because we're gonna see them use it strategically. But you know what? Sometimes the flashy wins are the best kind.
Oh, without a doubt. And I mean, again though, I don't want to sound too pompous, but it was based on that foundational work, that breach charge that Mashed shot off. I mean, I don't know why Sage didn't get out of that. She was just planning it. Maybe she thought, hey, if I plant this and die, it'll be worth it. But you give that up, and then that you kill the spike planter. That gives Nez the perfect opportunity to say, hey, someone's got to pick this thing up. Let me go rocket it again. And then you get that awesome rocket jump in that actually only ended up killing one, but did enough damage that the other ones were easy to clean up. So just great collapse there. And again, I don't want to keep sounding like a broken record, but that kind of smoke plus Sage wall plant in short A is not the easiest way to win sites. Need to get more ground in and kind of contest that back area of site a little bit more rather than just funneling yourselves into A short to get raised rocketed.
I mean, if anything, the strength of that play was in its explosive, like, unexpectability in a wow. Okay, Nas just completely ignoring the tripwire directly in front of him, throws up a couple of blind shots just to try to cover his back, and wow, Nez flicking with the off, picking up a double for himself, but will be taken out by the ultimate from the opposing Rays in return. 2-4 now. It doesn't look good for, I believe, Eggs on the red team, yes. And, I mean, hey, it's pretty good so far, considering Ronald's previous performance. They're looking very, very confident this time. If anything, maybe even a different team.
Nas, though, finding that 1D onto Wood. Gonna get spiked down just in time. Still defense-sided, but you do have that Brimstone ult as well. He's playing really far back, knowing it's his job right now to just stay alive and, you know, help have Mini basically bait for him to run that timer down as long as possible. The smokes are gonna come off, though. Really good smokes right there. The defuse is already happening, and there comes the ult. I'm pretty sure Manly could have stuck that. Might have died, but still gotten it. They're going to play it a little bit safe, though. Probably got it at least halfway. And, oh, Sound didn't see Mashed, I think, or Sound didn't see Nas up on that box. It's not going to matter, though. They get the defuse off through the Brimstone ult. That's a 4-0.
Good play, good save so far. Does look like, so far, the KDs on all sides are fairly even, obviously. The defense are in the lead. The attackers are a little bit behind, but considering the spread of the kills, it's not too surprising, and it's not too bad, in fact. Mainly just the plants that really are winning it out for the teams, and how they're going about those plants as well.
Yeah, and I mean, that's one of the good things about, I think, going B is that if you can manage to get some kills onto B, you have the opportunity to just play that site out a little bit more. Granted, we did see the plant go in on B last time, but they were already down in numbers. It was kind of a last-second thing, so wasn't a full execute. We do see a lot more focus going here, though. The wall's going to come up. Nuts trying for the floor wall bang. Interesting angle that I haven't seen before, but could have been successful, you know, worth a shot there. Flash gonna come out from the breach. Nas, though, takes out Manly right off the bat. Mini gonna find Wood. The Cypher ult gonna come out onto those remaining 3 players. Fine, they are nowhere near in a position to stop this, and we are looking at a 5v3. Eggs really looking forward to taking their first round right here.
You know, it's finally a round that they might deserve. I'm surely that they should be able to get this one down, considering the plant is already live and it's only 3 members left. But they have 2 ultimates available on that defense. Whether they're willing to use that or not, I don't think so. Not at all. Just because, I mean, they're not pushing in. They're just holding back and spawn. One's over by the teleporter just to maybe catch rotation for a free kill. Doesn't look like they want to do anything about it just yet.
Someone's in the telly. I just realized that.
Yeah, someone's in the telly.
Sound in there. Going for the wall bangs out. Sees the corner of the bomb show up in that little room in the telly. But I mean, I think that's a good call from them. You go into that, you know you're down 3v5. They're in there. They're spread out. You're more than likely not gonna win that. Just keep the money, keep the guns, and play it out. So,
I mean, you can save the heroics for later. You don't have to use them now, and it's still quite early into this game. Anything can happen, so saving the money and saving the guns probably the better choice there, just like you said.
Yeah, you're up 4-0. I mean, don't turn that round into a snowball, right? Just let them take it. Say, all right, yeah, you guys win this one. We'll win this next one and start breaking your econ again. Some pressure towards B yet again, with some success with it in that last round. They're really looking to maybe try to push this again. Gonna break the wall, get a Cypher smoke popped. Wood in a bit of an exposed position if they actually choose to walk in, but here come down the Brimstone smokes onto site. Gonna be Manly getting, I guess, flashed and didn't realize she wasn't fully in cover. Sealy takes her down, but the one lurker on A for Shitty, or excuse me, not Shitty, they were the last game. For Ronalds is going to be caught out. So Wood, though, finding two onto Sealy and Nas. Nut's going to trade it back out onto Nez, but the 2v2 trade is down. Spike just out of hookah right now. Wood more concerned with Long, though. The wall coming up into CT. Spike's still not down, though. It looks like they may rotate out.
Interesting wall going down there on that
Sound
on
in the
that side.
telly. Can he find it?
Wow! Flicks back to his head, picks up another. Sound with a 2K onto Kura, and Nuts will pull down the attackers to a single lonely mini. just chilling in reactor A. And you know what? Just save. It's 10 seconds. You're not going to win this one. Just pull back and use it as a tactical retreat for your team to just talk it out and see where they're going wrong.
Sage may have been hurt, but that was a really nice flick by Brimstone in the telly there.
Very, very nice flick.
I don't know. Nas, unfortunately, was the first one to go down because most of the time if Brimstone has ult up and he hears that telly, the laser goes immediately on that, and you're pretty much forced to knife run out of that thing and just get shredded the second you leave it, so... Lucky for him, the Brimstone was not up there. But again, we see that save come through where they say, all right, yeah, sure, take this. We're not going to risk our guns, risk our econ. And then they win the next one, and now they're in a really good spot to just kind of keep banging out rounds here. 5-1, isn't anything completely uncomebackable, especially if you see Egg start to pick up some rounds right now. But definitely seeing Ronald's putting themselves in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, just flushing out anyone within that Shisha. Ice wall going up right there as well. Maybe a couple of shots through the wall. Sound gets picked up by Kura. Not sure where that went down, but it does look like Nez is going for a rotation towards the showers, yeah.
Yeah, one of those A players down, going to help with the rotates, but still not actually helping them get into B site proper. As Kura, checking his cam, might want to greed for this orb right here, or is just going to go for the checks.
Camera not too helpful in that circumstance. Maybe that angle as well wasn't too beneficial
Nash
for him.
Picks up a kill in A short. Gets Mini down right in the middle of that. The Spike's actually going to rotate back over towards A. We see how pushed up Kura is in there, and they know that Mash is probably playing A short. I want to see the Brimstone ult on U-Hauls and just walk into sight.
Yeah, U-Hauls is packed right now. It is a party down there. I don't think these guys know that there's an isolation and a lockdown going around in A and Z. Tremors go out. They're all concussed. They're not going to make it out of this one very well. Pushing through now, getting quite aggressive down the showers. Wood picks up Kura, Cypher to Cypher. Nez doesn't pick up his kill down by the showers. And the rocket
gonna take out the Spike.
Nuts gets removed from the game, and the defense win through attrition and just by delaying the enemy team. Explosive end though.
Yeah, so I mean, even with that entry kill really early in the round, they just didn't commit to A fast enough, and see everyone get back in there, and the breach tremor slowing everyone in A short was crucial when you think about how much time that saved them. It made sure that after the Nez rocket, they were not going to be able to get that Spike down.
Yeah, time was too short at that point. A nice spread around the map right now. A couple of cameras going around just to double check for themselves. It does look like probably Cypher down by B long. A lamps mashed, hanging around, just waiting for the right moment to throw out the tremors. And Manly just trying to hold down that hookah room, but currently unnecessary as the rest of the attackers are all the way over and reconvening for a push onto A. Does look like Kura's gonna pick up the Spike and rotate it back onto his team and maybe help his team get that plant down.
Yeah, but I mean, again, we're seeing maybe the makings of last round come in again. 50 seconds through, no one's even taken damage yet, I don't think, on either team. So the execute smokes are going to come down onto A. That flash is going to create a lot of chaos in A. But here comes another one. Mash just doing the best he can to stall them out here. Going to play further back, give up U-Hauls, and The plant actually not going to come out. There's the breach charge into the Brimstone ulti. We're going to see a bunch of kills pop out in short order, favored by the defense. Mash picks up nuts as well, so you play out the clock, you leave yourself open to, these abilities stalling out sight. You don't have the time to, back up and replay them. 7-1 right now for Ronalds. Really, 1 or 2 more rounds here, and I think they'll be pretty set.
Yeah, 4 rounds off a swap. Don't have a lot left to them, but I feel like the attackers, eggs, need to pull it together and really secure the next few rounds so that when they make the swap over, they're going to feel more comfortable pushing in. Nez, of course, being a pretty fundamental part of that team. 10 frags to 5 deaths, a 2 double on it, over anything over his deaths. Sound gonna try to hold on those bathrooms as long as he can and as well as he can as well. Trying to shoot through the smoke at the moment. Mini picks up a nice frag onto Wood, and as they push through, does look like Kura picks up one onto Manly. Trying to bunny hop over. Doesn't look like it's gonna be beneficial for them at all, and they push up. He's gonna check their flank with the camera. Sees as it's clear, and they plant the spike. All members from the defending team are rotating around, trying to make a flank happen. I'm not sure if it's going to be successful or not by the bomb, but he gets... it just eliminates itself, essentially, runs out of time.
I was just going to say, hey, another 1 round you have, what did you do for that? You pushed up B-Long, found 2 entry frags, and then you forced them into a 5v3 save. And what do they do this time? The exact same thing. Granted, we see some kills from Nez and Sound, making this a little bit closer than maybe you'd like it to be, but the Sound's still going to have to run through a trident of players. Gets taken out by Kura. Mini found another kill as well. And this time, they're not even going to get to save those 3 guns. As they take the second round on B, and I mean, I think at this point they've realized, A, probably not the site for us with how solid Mashed is in those U-Hauls, and just maybe try forcing a B again. We see all the players flooding there in the pre-round, forgetting the spike. Oh, there we go. Someone's going back there to get that. As if I'm eggs here, I'm just hitting B until it stops working. Really, A has been absolutely awful for them.
It doesn't seem to be the site that they need right now. Pushing over to B. A lot of aggression coming out. Oh no, Manly taking the brunt of that attack as well. The Tremors right going through the wall doesn't seem to be exactly where he wants to be. Bomb buddy.
Here they come in from V-Long, exactly what we were talking about. Ooh, the Raise Nade going right into Elbow. That's not going to find anyone, it doesn't look like, but 2 kills found already for the attackers. B really just working out for the Mash. Going to find one back onto Celia, and here comes the Breach ult. Only going to hit 1 on sight, though, and I think he's going to be safe for that. And yeah, Mini counters out 1 ult with another, uses that rocket launcher, takes him out. And there is Nuts getting yet another kill onto Nez. Sound going to push it into a 1v2, but he is going to be called out, and Hookah has an uphill road ahead of him.
Spike has to be defused. Sound doesn't have much available to him. Flicking around the corners. May just be able to collect 1 headshot. Needs a second. But I don't think he will be able to make anything happen as he tries to defuse this. It's going to be a little bit too late as he gets picks up the headshot, but will die to the detonation. It's okay.
Yeah, I mean, at least you knock all the guns off them here. 7 rounds. Granted, hey, we saw Shitty. It's only get 7 rounds last half or last match on defense, and still managed to really come alive on offense. Not sure if we'll see that same thing here, but if they win this round, not too much money right now on the side of Egg. So if there can be a really solid round right here for excuse me, I'm brain farting after all these team names, for Ronalds, they'll probably force a bunch of Spectre buys in that last round and maybe make this a 9-3, which you gotta feel really comfortable about.
A lot of aggression coming through for B again, starting to become a trend with a hard push. Orb gets collected for Nez, trying to get that rocket off this time. Wood pushes aggressively into the container. on B site. Bomb Buddy around the corner, trying to make sure he keeps an eye out for that. But it does look like Mashed might have something for it. Sound has to rotate all the way through. Gets caught out, but flicks over, picks up a nice kill. Mini collects that one for himself, and Kuro with a double also onto Manly.
Both players are coming in from the flank right there. There goes that Brimstone ulti. Didn't wait for the plant. Instead, giving time to get them out of hookah. Sound could have find Nez hiding over by elbow. Mini going for the big flank, but the spike is still trapped in long, whereas that's going to be Mashed and Sound just very content to sit in hookah right there. Oh, but the telly came out. They must have heard that. So the spike's going to be planted on A right now. Mini watching for the CT rotate. Really good place to be in right there, as Mashed is going to come up A short. And Mini, ooh, on the undercover work, takes out Sound. Great positioning there. Mashed is going to be playing up in here. That bomb is very, very far away from where they're playing and out of sightlines. He could walk onto this, and he might be able to just stick it.
I feel like he's lost his opportunity. He had an opportunity.
I don't think he realized they were both playing back by Heaven.
I don't think he realized, but he's put himself in a position now where I suppose he's just given up on it, getting away from the explosion as far as possible.
Yeah, he will get that save off. So 7-4 right now. Next round going to be a crucial one, whether or not we get that 7-5 or 8-4 scoreline coming in. Looks like there will not be enough for full buys on either team. 4 rifles and a Spectre seems to be... Nope. Ooh, a buy coming out on offense, actually, no. So, econ advantage right now for the attackers. So, good for them to help come back on this. Really going to be relying on that solid work from Mini and Kura getting into sight. As Nez and Mash doing kind of well, as expected, I would say. Well, Nez actually not nearly as good of a performance last time, but still doing a lot.
The same kind of spread coming out here on this attack, pushing up into B short and B long. Gives himself away by taking out the tripwires. Nez already on the prowl, waiting for the right moment to pounce. But all the other locations have been revealed. The defense are pulling back now. Have to throw out the slows, rotate back onto site, play a little bit more passively. But having said that, because a lot of the utilities are being used, the rotation with the spike over to A is being made, and it does look like they're going for a very aggressive plant with only a minute left on the clock. Walls are being put up, tremors are being used, and a lot of slows and smoke are being dropped. Plant is being stuck, and it does look like maybe a couple of pushes around the corner to try to mitigate this. Spike is live, and the Bomb Buddy is out here to play.
Oh yeah, and that's Nez coming around from A short, gonna hit a tripwire, so that flank gonna be revealed to all of Eggs right here. Peeks out, Nas finding wood as well. That's the second kill this round. Nez just running right up to Bomb, doesn't see any of the defenders. They're all hiding from him. Gonna be taken out with a long flank around from bathrooms, and that's almost a flawless round as we see 7-5 for first half yet again. Now, last time we saw this, so there's a bit of a scoreboard glitch as both Cyphers are on the same team. Not sure if that's
well, it's because he's a secret agent and he's actually just a double agent. You know, he's pretending to be their friend, and he'll backstab them later on. They just don't know it yet.
Yeah, definitely very true on that. I hope the scoreboard glitch is going to sort itself out. It's going to make things really hard to see in the future. But reminder that the last time the attacking team who was able to take 5 rounds did not end up winning that. It was the defenders, but that was also with Shitty as being a very good attacking team. We saw Ronalds really struggle with attacking in their second match against Bird Bombers, but that could have just been a skill discrepancy. Remains to be seen, but again, I'm going to be looking for Mash to make a lot of impact frags here, getting those entries for his team.
Yeah, well, now that we have swapped sides, it does look like it may be the Ronalds that have to work extra hard, because they were on defense before, right?
Correct. It is now
just around.
Oh, defense
nice
here in
headshot.
Mini. What was that?
crazy.
Probably, I don't know if he heard something or not.
Oh, he
but
definitely heard something.
Swings wide and pre-fires Nez into the dirt right there. A good starting pick for the defenders right here. Spike is still outside of Hookah. Lots more of a B focus this round, but taking out that lurker can, overkill, obviously, always going to be good. Actually forcing out back towards A.
A lot of rotations going on to A now. B being left stark empty. Does look like, ooh, Nas barely making it that one out alive. Mini picking up a double and a triple for himself, and the defenders get the flawless round. The Eggs coming up on top.
Yeah, bringing this back just a little bit closer. Maybe looking to kind of flip the script on what happened last time, where they went 7-5 and then lost. This time hoping that 7-5 is going to be more productive for them. As again, that opening pick onto Nez was really big, because Nez was one of those better pistol round players as well, I'm fairly certain. So almost a full lineup of Spectres actually coming out for Eggs, full saves all around, coming for Ronalds. And ooh, a Frenzy though actually coming out onto Mashed, really feeling it with that automatic pistol. Spike being left in Bazaar, and a little bit of pretty much split pressure all the time.
Mash with the Frenzy here. 1 bullet reload. Meta. We'll be pushing up through B long into the garden. Got Kura here just trying to hold down as well, but a very, very aggressive push coming out of the window, and they start paying for it. Kura and Sealy deny 2. Nuts picks up the 3rd, and that push through B long window is all but not. One man around by elbow now, just hanging around the corner. Mashed maybe trying to pull out a miracle all by himself. Sees one, misses the shot. Misses the second one as well, and gets picked up for a flawless round on the defense.
All you really want to do there is get 1 kill to kind of justify that Frenzy purchase, and he got the leading headshot onto Nuts there, was unable to finish the Spurs. I think he waited a little bit too long. You can tell he's like, do I want to give up my position here? And then by the time he said, yeah, it's worth, I'll go for it, Nuts had already kind of walked out of his silence. So I guess probably knocked off some armor, I guess, so might have forced a rebuy on that, but otherwise we will come back in with a full gun round, actually, for Ronalds, but 4 Spectres on the side of Eggs. As the longer this goes on, the harder it is for me to remember the team names. So you really, really want to win this right now if you're Ronalds. You do not want to lose your full, rifle buy into Spectres.
Camera gets taken out. Kuro has to pull back, but has information on where the enemy is. Wood throws out 1 cage for himself. A couple of shots in the smoke go out, and they are aware of where the enemy are. Rotates around and picks up a nice flank onto the Sage. 1 more down the tunnel. Mini doesn't land any shots just yet with the Spectre of her own. Paint shells go out. A couple of shots go through the doorway. Can't exactly push in, but the plant is... Oh, she picks up one of the sound. Headshot. Jumps out. Might just get picked up here, and wow. Ronalds are getting absolutely demolished on this attack right now. Sealy's the last one left. But no, it's Mash. There we go. Mash with a double. Nas cleans it up. And the Eggs win another defense. Unfortunately...
After that wow. Take, and that was a really good, entry for them. Able to find that quick kill onto the Sage, I believe, as well. But just after that, slowly getting picked off. Those Spectres doing work, apparently, and that's a really bad spot for Ronalds to be in here, as they've lost now a ton of money. They basically just gave over a bunch of Phantoms over for free that they don't have to buy. So we see Wood going for a Bulldog, but no one else by now. He's going to sell that. Yeah, refund that. Looks like pretty much a full set, just a pistol buy right now. So should likely be 9-7 by the time we see our next gun round. Bunch of people pushing up bathrooms, unaware that there's 2 people right around that court. Turned at the exact wrong time. Sealy picks up Mashed and Nez, the 2 top fraggers for Ronalds right there. So this round likely going to be a wash. Wood, though, Getting a nice Sheriff kill onto Nuts in that back of B. Second round in a row, Nuts has died there. Potentially a weakness maybe to exploit in the future.
Couple of tremors going out there, flash as well. Not too much else being used at the moment, but as they push up, it does look like a bit of a stalemate coming through. Oh, a couple of missed shots. Kura picks up wood, but Manly refrags onto Kura. Mini picks up sound on the other side of the map, but it does look like 2 men down by a short, and Showers get taken out. So, the man with the spike has to rotate all the way over to B, and it doesn't look like it's a good time for him. Honestly, he's probably going to save, try to keep it to himself. Unless he's going to try to get that sneaky plant in. I doubt that's going to happen though also. I honestly think in 28 seconds left on the clock, he's going to try and save it and try to bring something else new to the team because it is the Sage after all and saving that utility is probably key.
Well, I mean, ideally, does he have a gun? I'm not sure if he ever picked up a... He's got a Phantom, yeah, so you definitely want to save this here. Getting this aggro, you don't want to get caught by that Cypher cam. I mean, 5 seconds, you can tally out, I guess, but...
I mean, pick up the orb at least.
No, that'll make noise and reveal it. Ooh, gets the kill onto Mini. That's good. That's a good way to kind of close that out. You save the Phantom and get another kill, so... Just damage that econ just a little bit more.
Just a little bit better from that... just a little bit... something good came out of that round, at least. One thing good. It's the best they had.
Yeah, full rifles this time. I want to say it's the first full rifle we've seen so far. And again, things are really starting to get dicey for Ronald's here, as they're just kind of running out of time to really put together some rounds. They've lost 4 rounds in a row, pushing in here. Eggs have went from 5-7 up to 9-7, put the script on them after that halfway point. So if you lose this here, and you're, forced onto another bye, things are very quickly getting into the miracle realm in terms of coming back.
A lot of aggression going through this bathroom and the shower here. One just around the corner, and Nez is completely unaware, but with the bomb buddy going through the shower door, it's going to be an easy... Oh, no! An easy kill from Nez onto Mini with a headshot, unfortunately. Bomb buddy doesn't collect anybody either. Will be eliminated. Oh, and the Nez rocket picks up a double for a triple kill onto Nas and Sealy. Fantastic plays by Nez. Spike is planted, and it does look very good for the attacking team this time, and it does look like they finally get a round for themselves, as both defending players are over by B and are trying to avoid any kind of conflict as much as possible.
Yeah, I think they're both just going to sit by that telly, maybe get a crossfire up on each other, and bail out the second that round ends. And just, I mean, this was exactly the round that Ronald's really needed to win. I don't know if you're going to cause a ton of econ damage and force a save next round without being able to look at the money directly. Those 2 players saving is definitely going to probably mean that they can get another buy round in, but, you just got to bring it back, right? I mean, at this point, you need to go more than just 1-for-1 with each round, so you need to put together a string right here, get some save rounds as, bonus rounds, and then, we're probably going to see this one go the distance again, I can hope.
So after a series of losses on this attack, Ronald's finally pick up an attacking round for themselves through detonation. So defense so far pretty strong, but they need to lock it in. Keep this win streak for themselves.
And the
3
other
rounds
thing too,
off
though,
of
is
victory,
that
though.
a lot of times in both this game and CS, you'll see the first rounds of a half be the most CT-sided. And that's because the attacking team not only has to deal with just, being on the back foot in terms of advantages, but getting used to how the defending team plays. Once you start to get a better position on what their habits are, what they tend to do, you're more and more able to kind of counteract that. So even though you see those first 4 rounds go over to CT side a lot,
that doesn't mean that, you're going to see another 4 rounds go over. They won that round likely because Nez was able to get a good read on what was happening on A. That's knowledge you can build off of. Nez, again, going to find another kill onto A, onto Mini. That was a bit more of a lurk kill, but the tellies are coming out right now. Nez getting really aggressive, looking to stop this rotate in spawn. This could either be a great move or a disaster, depending on how it happens. The fight should happen soon. Gonna back up, actually. Not gonna even take that, but knows that at least 3 of them are in CT. One pushing out of heaven in the breach charge. Manly, barely gets out of that in time. Plant should come back in, though, but the attackers are wounded. And there is the breach ult. Gonna stall the spike again. Nuts and Sealy finding kills onto Mashed in Woods. Manly keeps being interrupted off of that spike, and despite the great opening frag, looks like we're going to see another round go over to the defenders.
Doesn't look like he's going to step up. He will try to push that. Sal gets taken up by Nas, a loss for the attacking team. And the defenders continue on this win streak.
Oh man. Imagine being Manly right there. You take the telly, rotate in, start putting spike down, you get breach charged. Alright, sure, I'll back off of this. And you get breach ulted and you get forcibly knocked out of the plant animation. And now you're just thinking, Christ, what's next? A brimstone ulti? And that would be one away from the holy trifecta of don't plant this bomb abilities that they could have used. But tragic that they weren't able to pull that out because, victory now is pretty much in sight for Eggs. So hopefully you can see another couple rounds come back since I want to see every round go overtime. But Nez, again, with that opening pick. And it looks like Raze almost ran into her teammate's Brimstone. Oh, no. This is going to be huge! Oh, 1, 2, 3! Oh, wow. The ice was so good! That was such a good slow zone. I'm not actually even sure if the defending Sage threw that. I don't know if that was an offensive or a defensive slow, but anytime the Brim ult gets more than 1, it hurts. And there is Nez going down to nades, 4 for 4 kills with utility so far. Wood gonna take out Mini, surely getting down just low enough that he'll die to a molly here and we'll have the perfect pentagram of util kills.
Honestly, I thought that was
so tragic.
That was so beautifully timed and well placed. Like, you saw the wall come up, you saw the shadows come, like all the smoke screens come up. They blocked off all the line of sight and entry points, but they boxed themselves in, and then the Brimstone outwalls is like, you know what? You're not getting away with this. Beep. Orbital
How many
strike.
matches have we casted today so far, Len? Is this the 5th one?
Man, I don't know, man. This is like the 4th.
No, I didn't ask that about what you guys were going to say. I think out of those 5 matches, I think 4 of them have been on Bind. How many of those, let's run up A short, wall it off, and then plant. How many of those have worked?
None.
Is it like 3? 4 that have worked? Out of 10 to 20 performed?
Yeah.
I mean, that's probably the most, catastrophic failure we've seen so far with the Brimstone ulti getting 3. But
let's hope that they learn from this as a community. Don't do that. I mean...
Oh, man,
especially when you're this late in the game and you haven't seen a Brimstone ult for a while. Right?
You know it's up, too, so...
Yeah, you see his... You can press tab and see his KDA. You look at that guy's KDA, you're like, you know what? This guy probably has Brim... He's probably got ult already. Right? Let's not rush. Let's take him out first and then push it. That's probably the more prudent decision to make at that point. But you're right. How many of those aggressive rushes really work out for you?
And I don't even want to say... I don't necessarily like that wording as the aggressive rushes aren't working out because it feels like they aren't really rushing, you know what I mean? They're planting the bomb on they take the least amount of ground possible, basically. But as we see that, an entry goes in on B, Kura gonna trade, but Sound ends up tipping that in the attacker's favor. Kura gonna take out Nez right there, puts it back in as that breach charge goes right past his face. Gonna find another onto Mash too, great spray control. As just when it looked like Ronalds was having it in here, Kura's gonna pick up 4. Nas ends that. Once these mollies expire, they'll be able to get on and make this go to at least overtime right here. Good move right there, actually, by Kura, allowing Nas to defuse it, realizing he had his ult charged already. Gonna let that point go over to the Brimstone. small things. But man, Kura really coming up big right there.
Well, you know what? Now it's the Eggs one off match point to a win here on Bind. One of our lower bracket games going into the Showstopper for Full Circle.
Yeah, and I believe that the winner of these, I believe both of these teams are top 6 already. I believe that the winner of this will move into top 4 in the tournament. The loser, unfortunately, will have their run ended after, I mean, a pretty good run from both of these teams, you know, just to make it to top 6. You know, you're still upper half, and even then, above the 7th and 8th place finishes, so definitely a lot of good games coming out today.
Most importantly, boys and girls, the experience and opportunity to play in competitively in the first Valorant Oceanic event here with Full Circle and CappingTV.
Yeah, and I mean, unfortunately, you know, those OCE servers aren't in yet, so I think the ping is something we probably haven't talked about too much. But just I mean,
if they're all on the same ping, it's kind of even, but at the same time, there are a lot of kills that should be coming out where maybe they shouldn't be.
Yeah, or vice versa too, because
absolutely,
exactly how ping plays into net settings is always a bit of a hazy field. I don't know the exact specifics of it. Ooh, I like that. Knowing that you have to be directly below hookah to get the wall off there. See Wood going for some spray through it. Unfortunately, going to be answered right back, but this looks like a breach. Coming in onto B. Mashed really wants to make something happen here. Sees a head pop up in the back of sight, but that slow zone is so good from the Sage right here. They're getting into it. Kura going to take out Mash, continuing to be a rock on this defense. Nuts gets another before going down, and it's only one left up. That's going to be Sound going down. And unfortunately for Ronalds, their run will end at top 6. But that is going to be Egg. So actually, I believe we're the first seed. Not sure how seeding came about in this. Going to be moving on to the lower semifinals and top 4. So congrats to them on what really was a good game. I mean, we see Nez actually tying Mini and Kura for top scores, or top frags, excuse me, but good play all around, really. And just anytime I think when I look back on this entire tournament, that Brimstone ult's going to be the first thing that pops into my mind.
Honestly, that Brimstone ult was probably the best thing we've seen all day long. We've
or
seen
worst thing we've seen, depending
No,
on
it's definitely
how
the best thing we've seen. It's definitely the best thing we've seen all day long. We've seen some great flick shots, some great 2Ks, 3Ks. Only other thing that really comes to mind was maybe Nez's 3K, where she just bounced off her own rockets, used the ultimate, and really collected a lot of great kills for herself. However, that was probably the cleanest and one of the few. I think there are only maybe one or two other Brimstone ults, orbital strikes, that actually landed a kill today for our games here on CappingTV. Alto, it's been quite a day so far. We have another match coming up after this for the lower semi-finals. And we are going to a break right now. But before we go to a break, how do you feel about that last game? Because, it definitely had its moments.
Oh, right. I forgot my push to talk. I've kind of got my own personal gripe with how these teams are pushing A, where, again, you never see anyone really get that spread out. I think
it's obvious now, yeah.
But I feel like overall we have seen kind of the level of play, improve over the course of the day, without a doubt, as we've seen teams get, not only have the teams been getting better, just kind of because of that's how a tournament works, but they've kind of realized a lot of the own metas of how things are working, how to hold things, where the best kind of plays are, how to, I don't know what the right word is, but kind of alternate your holds. Obviously you don't want the same Cypher tripwires everywhere, every round. How to kind of make a few changes so you don't do the exact same thing every single round. And I mean, it's just, you see it show up in these more interesting interactions with the abilities, where you see teams finally realizing, hey, if they're going to smoke and wall off this one corner on A, it's just Brimstone ulted.
Yeah. But we'll go to a break right now, Alto. We'll be right back, boys and girls. Stay tuned. We'll be coming back with a lower semi-final game. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you soon.
It's just I never thought you were sitting next to me. I seeing your smile. You wanna make out, give me a second. It's just you never talk, I never listen. When do we fall in love? Make up your mind, honey, 'cause I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. You need a friend. I can't help this time. I'm in trouble. It's your eyes, I can't seem to focus. It doesn't matter 'cause you live a lie. You want attention from every guy in the park. But when you call, I give you my heart. You rip it out. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not take a chance and I can't pretend to like you.
Chasing love in an empty bar. Pour a drink till I make it past. The midnight hour seems to come and go, but I know. Walk on up with a drink in hand, sipping mixers 'cause you can. And all the lights begin to switch off. You're chasing the night, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the night, chasing the night, chasing the night, chasing the night, holding on for holding on for life, feeding the high, chasing the night, chasing the night. Hotel rooms and city squares, champagne bottles, drum and snare. The sights and cities seem to fall away when you stay. Locked in love for a night or two, losing sleep just to get off you. Day to day you wanna stay out, you're chasing the night, holding on
the summer's gone. Still no love for me, but I've been here before. Still can't help but dream. Just like watercolor vision, always bleeds the colors of my heart. Think I'm drowning in an ocean, but I love the way she pulls me under. For you. I see it when I close my eyes. A rumor to be real. conversation that's not just about us. When we don't know which way to go, and it doesn't really matter what we do. There's gotta be one good way to know. If all this is worth it, we can work it night by night. I know inside of me, if you wait a bit longer, we'll see what's meant to be. Come on, girl, we can't be apart. The special kind of loving reaches right to my heart. When we don't know which way to go, and it doesn't really matter what we do. There's gotta be one good way to know. If all this is worth it, we can work it, we can work it, we can work it night by night. She says I'm not romantic, I say she's dramatic. I tell her while we're at it, we can work it night by night. She says I'm not romantic, I say she's dramatic. I tell her while we're at it, we can work it night by night. Night by night. Night by night. Night by night. Night by I know inside of me, sooner or later we gon' be free. Come on, girl, don't make a fuss. Let's have a conversation that's not just about us. When we don't know which way to go, and it doesn't really matter what we do. There's gotta be one good way to know. If all this is worth it, we can work it, we can work it, we can work it night by night. She says I'm not romantic, I say she's dramatic. I tell her while we're at it, we can work it night by night. She says I'm not romantic, I say she's dramatic. I tell her while we're at it, we can work it night by night. 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 Not romantic, too dramatic. We could work it night by night. Not romantic, too dramatic. We could work it night by night. Not romantic, too dramatic. We could work it night by night. Not romantic, too dramatic. We could work it night by night. She says I'm not romantic, I say she's dramatic. I tell her while we're at it, we can work it night by night. She says I'm not romantic, I say she's dramatic. I tell her while we're at it, we can work it night by night. She says I'm not romantic, I say she's dramatic. I tell her while we're at it, we can work it night by night. She says I'm not romantic, I say she's dramatic. I tell her while we're at it, we can work it night by night. She says I'm not romantic, I say she's dramatic. I tell her while we're at it, we can work it night by night. She says I'm not romantic, I say she's dramatic. I tell her while we're at it, we can work it night by night. She says I'm not romantic, I say she's dramatic. I tell her while we're at it, we can work it night by night. She
And we're back, boys and girls. Lan and Alto still here to catch your games for Valorant here in Oceania on CappingTV, an event called the Showstopper by Full Circle Esports. So, Alto, who are we seeing this time around? Surely another banger of a match.
Oh, I can hope so. We're in the loser semi here between SEAL Team 6 and Eggs. Eggs is a team that you should be pretty familiar with if you've been watching any of these past matches. SEAL Team 6, though, going to be a new face. Just pulled out a very close game against Treehard, team that we also casted way back at the beginning of the day, managing to make it all the way up to that top 6 mark as well, falling just short along with Ronalds in that last game. But looks like we're going to Haven, which is cool because that's the first time we're going to be seeing that today. It's been a lot of sand and a lot of bind, a lot of teleporters as we are coming into this right now.
Yeah, finally getting to see something a little bit different just for a change of scenery. Please give me a jet. Like, I'm dying out here.
I think if you were gonna see a jet, this might be her map, just because of there's all the different, spots you can jump up into. But I think you might be more lucky. You may see a Sova here, actually, as a...
Okay, yeah, I mean, I welcome Sova.
Because, Haven's thing is it's got 3 bomb sites, so the more kind of information gathering agents you can have, the better, you may be off, because rotations can go between really quickly. Additionally, especially between B and C, because those points are very close together. But waiting on the teams to finish their lock-ins, we should. I mean, I'm expecting to see Breach, Sage, Brimstone, Cypher. Pretty much, maybe you don't run a Breach here, but you'd have to be feeling very confident in order to go Jet. I think. As much as I want to see her with you, I don't think I'd hold my breath.
I'm gonna have to agree. Despite what I want and despite what I'm hoping to actually encounter tonight, seeing Jet actually get played is probably something probably not what I'm not gonna see. Just because, like you said before, she just lacks a lot of the team contributing sort of utility that you're used to seeing from all these other agents. However, if I look at the other games that I have played with operators like her, who I would call a selfish operator, whose abilities revolve all around her, they come back later in the meta. They come back in order to just solely create high frag plays. Maybe that's going to be something we're going to see. I'm sure one day that's going to happen in any kind of competitive scene for Valorant. However, this time around, looking at the rosters here, we are looking at mirror matches yet again.
Yeah, no Sova coming out, much to my sadness, as gonna see the Cypher, Breach, Brimstone, Raze, and Sage combo for what feels like, the definitely been happening a lot so far today, as we saw some Phoenixes in the beginning that have slowly been phased out as the days moved on, and teams have been settling on more similar comps. We saw that Omen a few rounds ago on Bind, and that was definitely a cool experience, but probably more of a pocket pick than anything else, as we look to see Interesting. We're going to see a solo on B right now from, I believe that is Eggs, with Kura, Sealy, Nuts, Mini, and Nas, as we've seen them before, and I recognize those names. A lot of the times in the games I've been playing, you're seeing one person solo, either A or C, with 2 people sitting on B a lot of the time, because that mid can be very quick to take, but it looks like they're going to focus more on the B retakes here, as we are just about... Actually, no, 17 seconds were paused at here, so someone disconnected. Is likely DC'd. Yeah, not sure who that is. See who's not moving.
Someone on the attackers team. I think it's Arkin who's got the spike.
Yeah, the spike's the only... Oh, never mind. He's moving now, where we still haven't started yet. Could it be the Raze on Eggs?
I'm not sure.
I think she was playing in Garage.
Is Eggs on defense?
Oh, no, yeah. Oh, no, never mind. Yeah, Ray started moving in and the timer went down, so it might have been Mini that was having some issues. But...
Oh, there we go.
All that's over, and we're live.
There we go. Games are going on, and we are seeing that Jasper and co are pushing up quite aggressively. Not sure if anyone's going to be controlling B too well. Arkin obviously just outside, and one man In B, trying to hold it down as best as he can. That is the opposing Brimstone Nas. Nas, we've seen all day long and has had some very, very good moments as well.
Yeah, prone to coming up with those big kills in the end of the round, and even as entries sometimes, as lots of pressure grouping up towards mid. We're actually going to see one of the A players rotate to just be a little bit more prepared for something. Right as that smoke's going to fade, it's going to be Geo on the raise, rotating out of window. But yeah, still all the pressure mid, just hiding outside of it. Likely going to be a B or a C take here. Hard to tell until, you know, we see those dominoes start to fall, but slow play right now.
Not much happening just at the moment. A little bit of a stalemate. 37 seconds in.
Here comes the garage flood.
Ooh,
Tripwire and the Tremors going to do a lot. Mini finding first flood onto Jasper with that paint grenade. Not the way you want to go, but it looks like C maybe more likely, but Arkin getting walled off into garage. That's fine, actually. He wants to flank, but got to go down to Mini, gets himself a second, and almost a team ace, I want to say, for Egg, as they come in pretty strong here against SEAL Team 6.
All that Navy SEAL training hasn't paid off just yet, but it's very early into the game so far, so it's a bit hard to call, especially with it just being pistol rounds at the moment. But we see a couple of SMGs being invested into here on the second round. What do you think about that?
Pretty standard. I'm actually surprised we only see 2 right now, considering how hard they won that. Normally, I'd expect to see a couple more come through. We even saw some people earlier in the day running Phantoms second round or Vandals if they had enough money. But I think we saw a third Spectre come in. I mean, the Ghost can be very solid, especially because we see a full save out for SEAL Team 6. But, ooh, Arkin with a very fast kill with that classic down A long. Definitely going to cause some chaos. They are rotating out. Going to take B instead, but that one less rotator is going to pay off later.
A little bit of damage being taken up here, but a very hard push up B through the mid may just secure them the location they need. A couple of deaths go down on the location, and they are being shut out. Doesn't look too good for them just yet, and with the slow field on the floor, they aren't going to be able to push in too easily, but they do get the plant down. 3-4 right now, 2-4. It doesn't look too good for them, but a couple of swings left and right. Mini picks up a nice double for herself and cleans up house. Kura as well, obviously contributing, and the defense is just locking it down here for these pistol rounds.
The one thing I gotta say that these games look the most different from my matchmaking games is the amount of molly kills.
The amount of molly kills, yes.
Nas just got 2 right there, and like I get that you're rushing on a save round, but it's a lot. That's been a pretty consistent trend, honestly, with all the Brimstones.
I mean, look at Mini's
consistently landing those.
Mini and Geo on that econ. This is crazy right now. They're actually quite high up. Mini on 4-0, insane. 400%
yeah,
KD.
And there's Nas right behind the Razor with 3-0. 2 of those again coming off the molly. So utility goes in. Ooh, a fast pick out of garage. Jasper going for an early peek into it, gonna be taken out very quickly. Jasper also the first one to go down back in pistol, but Lucid answering it back out with that Guardian, a weapon we have not seen much at all of today. Finding Kura on C, taking out that Cypher early, going to invalidate that cam and probably his traps that he's placed down. So great kill to find early if you're an attacker, but it looks like they're going to choose to still go A in spite of that.
Just to add a bit to the pick with the Guardian. The Guardian itself is a fantastic DMR. Great rifle, single shot, but does a heck ton of damage. Now, if you're used to playing over here in OCE on our ping, it's actually a pretty good pick, considering the ping difference for a lot of us playing on the American servers, since we don't have our own just yet. However, as we move down these rounds, 40 seconds left on the clock, Jax is trying to make a push up into, it looks to be A short, looks at the top of the box. Here's a couple of footsteps on the right, is shift walked. Reveals himself and gets picked up. Nuts picks up a double kill and secures a round for his team.
Yeah, just a very clean round all around. Kerr getting taken out was really the only kind of blemish on it, but slowly played and just gradually kind of choked them out. SEAL Team 6, after that tough win they pulled out on Split last round, really not maybe adapting to the map choice as well as you'd like to see out of them, but Eggs, on the other hand, been on a... probably been on a pretty long break with their match having finished a while ago. Maybe had some time to recharge, get some food in them, since this schedule can be pretty grueling if you're not used to it.
A competitive life is quite challenging, especially when the schedule was quite cramped and back-to-back like it has been today. Having said that, does look like the red team are pushing up. SEAL Team 6 are pushing up right through B yet again.
They got
Members
Spike.
just out. Yeah, they dropped it. I mean, a couple of members had to go back, but it does look like a couple of members from Egg are also pushing into collapse on that.
Yeah, I think they know they're probably on a save here too. Ooh, greedy orb take right there.
Oh,
but I
no,
like it.
was
They
it?
know they have the gun advantage. And Sealy says, or Nuts says, yeah, I'm going to take this orb. You've got classics. What are you going to do to me?
Oh, no.
Wipes that out with a 4K. Oh, got the orb, but didn't even end up needing it. As,
So if every
I think
kill
that
is...
Sealy's going to get a nice classic for himself with that dragon skin.
If every kill is 200 credits, they've just Nuts just landed 800 credits on top of that round win. 6,200 credits. Only stunted by his teammates, Nas and Mini, both at 7,006 and 6,006. Crazy.
Yeah, you know that money's just coming from, buying the walls every round. But I like that double peek up A short. It's something that, if you're not prepared for it, can be super deadly because it's a really weird angle to play around. But we're going to see Jax playing really fast up A long, probably giving away his position with those footsteps, but getting ready to push this. I like the way they're doing this. Smokes are going to come in onto A. Nuts still holding by short, going to re-ice that, and it is a slow field nightmare. But Arkin, slowly walking through, lands that first shot onto her.
Oh,
Gonna
no.
go down, and oh no, Gary stuck up in heaven. Not going to be able to go over that slight wall. But Sealy, can he get the breach charge off onto anyone? No.
No,
Can't
not
get
like...
the spray down either. The bullets make a little bit of a U right around Arkin, unable to finish him off. Nas, though, pushing in.
These late round fights are where he's been known to shine. Sage still with a raise, though, something to watch out for. As we see Nas up by Heaven, I think, and that is Lucid now getting a flank on Kura. Doesn't know, can't confirm the kill, but will end up getting it. 1v1. Lucid's position is known, though. Oh, and the Brimp. This is so smart. This is so smart.
No charges left.
Brimstone ults, but he didn't stick it. Why not?
Wow.
Oh,
I
he could
cannot
have had
believe.
that. That was such a smart
Surely
play, but just didn't follow up
miscommunication.
on it.
Surely miscommunication on that side. Like you said, if he followed up with the stick, he would have gotten away with it, but he didn't. And I just cannot believe that he just dropped the ball like that. Alto, this man is surely kicking himself in the backside right now. He just... Oh, man, I feel for him.
We saw him peek towards short, and I guess he must have thought that Sage was not that far up, but you gotta go for that. You can't just blow ult and then not commit to the play. That would have been... I'm... Regret, man. That's the feeling right there. I wanted him to get that. That's such a smart usage of the Brimstone ult to just block it off. Say, yeah, run through it. Stop me from defusing, but then never did.
Wall raise. Ooh, lands a couple of shots on the
in
backside
the
of his
toesies.
half. Yeah. Lands
Got
a
some
couple of
geometry going down in the bottom of A short. Saw trade kills. Both Sages immediately res, but then Lucid with the heads up wall. Gonna pick up Sealy right in his Achilles heel, quite literally. As with a player ad right now, really looking for SEAL Team 6 to maybe snowball off of that momentum they kind of were gifted after that last round, because you think this easily could be a 5-0.
I dropped the spike.
Could very well be. Does look like Eggs have a very strong advantage over SEAL Team 6. A lot of members from SEAL Team 6 pushing over into A. Very linear aggression coming out right now, as a lot of the members at the bottom of the ramp don't have line of sight. A lot of it's being blocked off. Angles being denied as well. They aren't able to push in. A couple of members from the top there. Kura gets taken out by Lucid. And as they push up, it does look like one member is trying to hold their flank. Arkin holding up the backside there. Doesn't realize that both members are deciding to stick back and just let them have this round. They're 2 up technically now after this round. And so they've got nothing to worry about just yet. So they can have a round early into the game. So they can save their own guns and their own econ.
Yeah, great kind of swing back we see here from SEAL Team 6, able to kind of take again the momentum of the round and just roll with it. As they get that A execute off, we saw Jax playing on really aggressively on that. I want to say the round that they ended up winning, and it worked out for them there. Gonna work out again for them here. And Kura not having the best game so far, being, kind of picked off pretty quickly. We saw him be an absolute rock for Eggs in their last game on Bind B, but maybe just not feeling it on the different map. That being said, though, still 4-2, and I mean, we haven't seen Haven too much today, so we don't know exactly, what kind of the round breakdowns end up being for T versus CT sides, but 2 rounds on attack is good, especially if they can continue to snowball this. Still some money, especially on Mini right there, only 7-1. Only 1 death on Mini and Nas, despite having lost 2 rounds, so they've been able to save those, so I don't think we'll force out any save rounds soon, but it should be something to look forward to.
A lot of early gunshots coming out already, a little bit of pre-firing here and there, smokes coming down from Nas. Will try to hold B for as long as he can all by himself, but he will be keeping a very keen eye on those angles as they push through. Jax as well pushing up down here on C long. A couple of pot shots just to pre-fire any locations. I think he just kind of wants to make his position known. Maybe just check the corners as well, trying to shoot through some walls.
Yeah, taps the orb just to make the sound, see if he can bait out a peek, but with only 1 player on C site proper, probably not going to bait anything with that. Will claim the orb as his own, though. Nas, I think, going to continue to just cycle smokes on B main, but the spike still has not been picked up, so we're definitely a little bit far away from seeing a push, but they will get the Cypher Cam on C. Maybe that's the, I guess, the kind of advantage they've been looking for, better than anything else they've got on the other sides, as the spike is actually moving towards Garage, it looks like, over in mid.
Yeah, most likely going for a very hard, aggressive push into B again. Couple more cages go down just to detect any information. Stim pack going down right at the entrance as well, but the Tremor and the ultimate goes down from the breach. Doesn't look like they want to be able to push in there too peacefully just
Counter
yet.
breach.
But they did have this. They did have the spike go down. So all members on the defense side are just pulling back right now, not willing to push up too aggressively, but maybe trying to see if they can get a free pick here or there.
Yeah, and I mean, we just saw that breach ult come in, and despite it being a great job of stalling everyone, the kills just kept coming through. People getting caught out on the defender's side. So great job by SEAL Team 6 again to just keep capitalizing on these maybe mispositions we're seeing, or just lack of DM. I'm not entirely sure what, what's causing these players on B to go down. Nas might have ran out of smokes and that gave them the entry, but you'd think the breach ult would be able to do a little bit more.
Sealy, by the way, doing a great job.
Staying
balanced
alive.
scoreline, yes, balanced scoreline. That's all he really needs to do as a support. Kura does not having the necessarily the best time in his career. However, we have seen him perform very well in the previous games, so we know for sure he can pop off and he can be that A grade star player that we expect him to be. Yes, just not exactly having the best time.
Yeah, meanwhile, I think on the last time on Bind, we saw Nuts having a really, rough outing, yet this time on the top of the scoreboard, so everyone's got their maps, it looks like, as a Mini with the operator, that is right in Garage. You're gonna see Jasper not yet take the shot. Geo peeking up mid doesn't see anything either, and again, just more of this kind of slow play, feeling out for some ground.
Push up very slowly up to A.
A-site's empty right now because they're both pushed up short. They've actually managed to wrap each other, and neither of them know it. This could go one of 2 ways, but the spike still in spawn. They're going to have to see that.
I mean, they're going to pick up the spike. It does look like Breach does pick it up. Sealy goes right past some members on that defense. Excuse me, they let him walk right through. They catch 1 member down the bottom of the stairs. And does look
they
like
don't
they
know that
are
someone else
up.
is still in there, though. There's Sealy,
no
peeks out, finds Lucid, but the spike's been planted. They know he's behind them now, and there's Geo on only 10 health. Gonna get breached from, and yeah, he won't live for long, although Gary gonna come in, not actually gonna get to go off, but oh, that was so smart. Jasper knew that Nas was above him and fired the breach charge through the floor, unfortunately unable to win the DM fight, but some very interesting tactics coming out here as the sides basically wrapped each other through a short, so interesting to see, but it is going to be good because you see those attackers building up a lot of money right there, and that's after they bought most still above 3,000, so basically when you're winning rounds, obviously you want to win rounds to win the game, but you want to win them in a way that you're going to be able to force those save rounds, right? That, are basically just free rounds, so it's like win 3, get 1 free type of thing. So if you keep alternating like that, that obviously benefits, the side that's going to get less rounds because they never have to save. So Arkin, going with the quick peek onto Nuts. Yeah, probably Nuts might have had Res up too. So getting that Sage when she has Res is always a good thing to see. Not sure since I didn't see what her ult was at before, but likely going to be an A execute here, or so Eggs thinks, but really the spike's still in spawn and people are rotating back towards C, so maybe try to bait the rotate with that pick and then push into a hopefully unguarded site.
Not too much happening with 1 minute left. Does look like Jax is trying to find the right angle to play this. Takes out the camera. A lot of defenders will be rotating over to C site, hovering in between B as well. Nice little enclave there for them to decide where they want to go. But all the attackers on SEAL Team 6 have other plans. Moving all the way to A, which is unoccupied right now with only one member adjacent and near that location. It is free for the taking as they push through. Hopefully no traps get set off, no tripwires, but it does look like by setting off a little bit of their utility, they're going to be giving away some of their positioning as well. Going to be planting very, very far in the open, but Arkan's going to use that position to maybe counter anyone trying to go for a fast ninja defuse. But it doesn't look like
it's king plant spot if you can get it, because it can be shot at from short, long, heaven, and lower CT. Every single entrance into the site has a sightline onto that corner. And I mean, yeah, you can maybe finagle a defuse by like out of one sightline by sitting somewhere, but if you can get that plant down, you're gonna have a really easy time to hold that.
Yeah, defenders aren't even gonna contest it. It's just not worth it at this point. They have the advantage. Yet again, they don't have to give that up, and they don't have to give up the guns and or the abilities they have for it either. So,
Lucy, get out of there!
Ooh, wow,
Just
barely making it out.
That took off some leg hairs right there, probably. A little bit of a singed calf, but yeah, I mean, I wanna. If you've been watching this, you've been hearing me, say these same points, but when you get into these sites on Haven, I feel like the takes might be a little more difficult, but the retakes are a lot simpler, because think about how they were playing after they got into A there, right? They had 2 people pushed up on site, 1 person kind of hovering in the middle, and then 2 people pulling back by T-spawn, and when you're able to spread out your players like that, you kind of have like an advanced warning system. Whereas if, that guy holding right back by T-spawn, where A splits into long and short goes down, someone's there and they're going to be, peeking you in 5, 6 to 10 seconds. Whereas what we saw on Bind was those teams grouping up right up in short and just, being able to be sprayed down and kind of multi-killed. So, good play coming out of SEAL Team 6 as they look to even up the scoreline.
Camera gets taken out early. Good job from him. Puts his own up just in case might be able to find a little bit of information. Does have to get taken out. Still has the ultimate on Cypher. There we go. A couple of members do get caught by tripwires and or some of his traps, but it does look like, oh no.
Ooh,
he gets
Lucid
taken out there.
Kura in the smoke, trying to go for a little bit of a headshot peek, but not going to get it. Walt coming up, and Gary got through that somehow. I think he just... Oh, there's a little bit of a crack in the wall, I think.
Yeah, but they took him out.
Yeah, he got the explosion off, though, and you can see that Jax is pretty hurt on that Cypher. Numbers advantage right now for the defenders right there, but that flash may even things back out. Gonna see a counter flash out of Sealy. No one hiding in this corner. Everyone's close to the wall and in long. The spray down coming through right there, evened out. 1v1, Nuts runs out of ammo, not able to take out Jax, and that's going to be an even scoreline right now, which is something that the attackers are always looking to have.
Can someone get this? Thank you.
That's so unfortunate for Nuts too, because you know that Jax was likely listening at pretty low health because he got hit by that boombot earlier, but just runs out of ammo at a crucial moment, couldn't spray down all of them. So
No, not at all.
once again, another
now
gun
that
round.
now that we're 5-5 right now, Alto, do you think the defending team can afford to give out matches once they start having a number disadvantage? I mean, do you think they can give those out easily, or do they have to keep...
I don't think they can afford to give up Mini getting orbital cannon at the start of the round.
No, not at all.
Arkin getting another on Kura is just gonna kind of bring that point home harder. The Brimstone ult's gonna come out. Good deny.
Wow.
He's gonna take out Jasper with that. Actually, tried to plant in the smoke, so that'll delay the plan and give time for rotates. But we're still sitting at a 3v3 right now. Everyone's grouped up towards long.
Oh,
So,
4v1.
oh, Ceiling takes out Arkin right as he plants with the breach charge through the box. Seeing that happen a little more often than maybe it should, as Jax is forced all the way back out long. Best he can get for is maybe a bit of a sprite on it. He's smoked off too. Oh, that's just why you gotta do a man like that. He's slowed now.
He's not getting out of
And
this.
he's gonna go down. Probably should have just stayed back, saved that gun, but Egg's gonna be very happy to take that round and maybe put themselves in the position to go 7-5 here, because 7-5 is a much more, kind of appetizing opportunity than 5-7 would have been.
Better than 6-6 as well. They're gonna have to really secure this one here. Mini, still on that op. I mean, things are really changing for this player. We used to see Mini being very aggressive.
Yeah, there's no orbital cannon to force him out of garage this time, but ooh, the quick ult from Mini gets Jasper too. Wow. That was big, but Lucid's gonna res him right away. So ult for ult exchange there is probably in the favor of the defenders right there, because that res you think could get a much more, dramatic usage later on. So really no harm, no foul on that Raze ult, but good heads up play. Maybe you get multiple with that, and then suddenly you're really looking at a clinched round right there. But and to see the breach ult into A, don't think it hits anyone. Nuts boosts himself up short, but oh no, he walled them off there. Yeah, okay, I thought that was the attacking one, but yeah, frags are gonna trade. Sealy gonna go down. Arkin takes out two, but Nuts with the trade back onto Geo and Jasper. That is now 2 alive only for the attackers. Mini sitting in heaven waiting to peek out with that grenade as Kura had that knife out a little bit too long, but will take out Arkin. The Cypher ult not going to have too much of an impact, as Mini's very well aware of where Lucid is right now. Gonna pick up the spike. Does she go for the plant on A?
The walls crumble. Spike is planted. Mini hanging on, waiting for the right moment. I'm not sure if Mini's actually there or not, because Mini's standing suspiciously still, and that wall...
Oh, Mini may have DC'd in the pre-game. Don't tell me it happen again now. Oh, no.
Yeah, I think Mini DC'd, because Mini's just been sitting there, the spike is down, and the wall is up. She would have rotated by now if she was actually there. So unfortunate for the defenders, a free round for the attackers, and an easy plant. So unfortunately, I think these things are just gonna happen as long as we don't have our own server. But this is just the reality of our circumstances.
Yeah, the destitute third world country known as Australia. I'm surprised Riot doesn't have servers up there, because normally they're pretty good on having servers in more locations, but unfortunately not gonna have any in Australia. I guess not for the beta at least, but Mini does appear to still be AFK. That timer is ticking down though, unfortunately. Nope. Looks like everyone's back. So 6-6 after defense, not exactly the ideal result if you're eggs right here, but still workable as long as they're able to kind of... What's the word I'm looking for? Buckle up, I guess. Probably could have been better with that, but it's gotta make it happen.
A lot of aggression coming out for this A push on A long. Not too sure how long last for them. They kind of just miss each other as they push down the corridors, though. B site sticking quite chill right now. One member just around the corner, a second member as well. A couple of pot shots here and there, and a slow orb just to delay anyone pushing down A long, deterring them to push down A short instead. A lot of rotations to go get the spike, though, Alto. I think they're going to just decide to bank in hard on either C or... no, I take it back.
Looks like
go hard
A,
on A. I mean...
the move here, by the way, is if Kara pops his camera and shoots a dart down C long, just to keep Jax held on that a little bit longer, as they're super grouped outside of A right now. The push is likely to go through at any moment. Lucid, with a bit of a late wall, that's going to definitely take some time, but more importantly some noise to break down, as they'll have to give away their position by shooting that. But 30 seconds left. Don't want to take this long on pistol, generally. Wait for that wall to get a little bit more damage. They make it through, and I bet the floodgates are going to open right now.
A lot of smoke going down here. Grenade launchers going out as well.
Oh, and the nades take out Arkin. Unfortunate. Got iced off, and just the nades aired it. Good throw, though, by...
pretty deadly C4,
Mini,
man.
yeah. And a boombot kill? Oh, make
crazy,
it stop.
man. Couple of shots go top there. Jasper doesn't have much available to him. Geo gets taken out by another C4. Headshot by Mini. A double. A 4K going to Mini, in fact. Mini's gonna get a 5, and there we go. An ace going to Mini on the pistol round. Absolutely insane.
Making up for that disconnect in that last round
in the best way possible. Coming back, pulling out an ace in pistol round to 4,300 after one round. Oh, almost had an operator there, honestly. But
considering that Mini's been playing those ops and those single shot rifles, I mean, an operator might not be a bad choice. Definitely something that they might go for.
All right, so 10 seconds left on this. Expecting to see some more of that same slow play we saw out of pistol round from Eggs right here, as they've managed to get themselves that one round. Gonna look to snowball this here. As, oh, yep, I say 11 seconds, as it looks like we're stuck in this. I want to say, is it Mini again with the connection problems?
No, because Mini's still throwing her knife around.
No, yeah, Mini's fine. It looks like it's the other Garage player, as I don't see whoever's in Garage moving around too much. Alright, no, that is Jasper in Garage moving right now, so whoever this mystery DC is will have to wait and see, I guess. Oh, timer back on, so we should be going soon, thankfully. So, round starting. Something I like is just breaking those doors and Garage immediately, just to allow for spraying between them right there. It gives away your possession a little bit, but maybe enables some kills later on in the round. And ooh, a shorty coming out on the side of the defense. Didn't get to see who that was on, but probably whoever's holding close in Garage most likely going to be looking to bonk someone with that. Ooh. Geo, yeah, getting wallbang headshot up mid.
We didn't really see anyone use a shotgun today, except maybe one Judgment.
Yeah, and that Judge got a 2K, didn't it? I think.
Yeah, the Judge got a 2K after that, but after the Judge got a 2K, we just never saw it ever again.
Which is a shame, because I've been really myself warming up to the Bucky.
I've been having fun with Bucky. I'm not used to it just yet, but I've had some good moments with it.
Yeah, that right click can be really deadly if you can get the timing right on it. I think I was messing around in the practice range. If you manage to, so the air burst on the right click, if you manage to hit that like in someone's head right as it bursts, it does 600 damage.
Ow, dude.
Which is like, yeah, that's obviously 4 times someone's health. That's almost impossible to do that in an actual game. But Kura with the marks, with the Marshal, something we've almost never seen in the kill feed today. Gonna pick up a second with it. And despite a bit of a slow start, these kills are all gonna come parading in for eggs right now. They're gonna get the plant down. Only 2 people remaining for the defense. Probably on Classic, so we'll likely see them feeding, try to get any kills that they can. Maybe try to pick up that, clean up the damage onto Kura, but no, he's going to get a 3k for himself with the Marshal. And there is Nas picking up the last one onto Arkin. So, 6-8 attackers taking kind of their, celebratory second round win. That Marshal not going to be sticking with Kura for much longer. Doesn't entirely get the throw out of the map, but will be purchasing a Phantom instead.
Too eager. Forgot the spike.
Not a bad choice moving into this next round here. So what do you think the defense need to do to be able to secure this game? Because now that we're in our second half, defense hasn't been doing very well, surprisingly.
It's just about staying alive, honestly. We saw some kind of cute pushes up A short, especially I think in that last half, but stuff like that is just kind of what loses you games. That and then C long. I feel like A short and C long are the main places where, yes, you can get a lot of kills as a defender, but getting kills as a defender isn't really your job. Your job is to not let them take a site. The risk isn't worth the reward, basically.
Not too much aggression coming out right now. A little bit of a balanced split in between B and A, but just judging by the movements, they are pushing towards A, picking up the spike over by Spawn and just trying to move in through A long has been denied. They're gonna push back up, maybe go through go through A short, go up the ramp, possibly come in with a swoop. But a lot of the rotations coming out from all the other sites are coming to A, but no, they're pulling back. The entire team is going backwards on 30 seconds left on
gonna have to be a B execute here, I think.
It's gonna have to
Are
be.
they gonna
C
go
is way
garage?
too far. Oh no, they might go garage?
No,
they're
gonna be. They're gonna be. The Stim Beacon out mid. Molly in the back of sight, I like that, but the Breach Tremor definitely gonna stall that push a little bit. Jax takes a bit of Molly damage, but knows to play a little bit more forward.
He doesn't
Only
exactly
10
see
seconds
anyone
left.
just yet,
Yeah.
though. Yeah, Luz's got to go rotate to back up his team. They're all getting flooded. They're on site. Plant is down. And it does look like they're going to have to try to retake this location now. A lot of shots go out. Luz picks it up another one. Jasper picks one more for the rest of the team. And it does look like it's now an even scoreline.
out too, though.
Nuts, a double. Jax to Kura. One side for another. It does look like a couple of shots through the wall result in an extra kill and a cleanup for the rest of the round. Defense finally locking that one in for themselves, defusing and securing the game with 21 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, SEAL Team 6 gonna have to use that as a foundation, really, since even though things may be CT sided, you don't want things getting any more out of hand right now. Since if attackers win, say, another 2 rounds in a row, then suddenly you're in very dangerous territory. You need to streak hard.
Need equipment. Thanks.
One of the closer games we've had tonight. Also, how are you feeling about the scoreline? Because honestly, if we look at the kills and the frags coming out, they all kind of make sense, but they're all kind of good.
With that last gun round being won by SEAL Team 6, I think they're in a very good position to end up taking this, and we see that with Lucid and Arkin finally on actual rifles, getting 2 quick picks really right off the bat. That Guardian, again, kind of showing up against something we have not seen too much of. Kura, though, back on the Marshal, going to take out Jax with the Scout quick scope, it looks like. So definitely one going down there, evens things out, but it's still heavily defender-sided, and that Marshal not going to be too useful pushing into a site.
Trying to rotate long all the way around Sealy, trying to make sure no one cuts them off as they push into maybe B again for another plant. But most likely A. I think A is probably the best option here. Does look like the direction they're generally going for, but they've dropped the spike and maybe they just don't want to push in at all. Nope, they're going for A. Sweet.
Oh,
they
nuts, though,
revived
getting the
one as well.
res onto Mini. Good call there. Even those numbers back out. But, you know, you still got to commit to something, right? 30 seconds does not give you much option for working around things as they're motioning up by mid doors. I don't know if this is going to be a C or a B hit. C would make sense, and it looks like it will be. Yeah, flash into garage. Sealy leading the charge right here. Kura pushing up long on his own. One player on site sitting back top left on the platform. That is going to be the breach. Jasper flashes out, takes out Kura. Very good kill on his own right there. Will be traded out by Sealy, but oh, the spray down. Gio not going to land the kill, but Gary will get it for him. With the explosion coming through, Arkin as well finds Mini and just Nuts alone with the bomb right now.
Nuts shouldn't be pushing out like this. No way. Oh my gosh, he lands a headshot like that? He should not be allowed to do this. 1-on-1, Sage versus Sage. The scoreline is even. They miss each other just from the backside. Nuts is definitely... He's gonna get flanked right real quick. No, hold on a second. They're gonna peek around the corner, but no, loses the fight! Defusing it now and wins the fight, securing it just in the nick of time. He surely has this in the bag. And there we go. The spike is defused, and with 6 seconds left on the clock, Lucid secures a round, bringing the scoreline even yet again one more time.
Yeah, back to 8-8, and I mean, we've seen 2 gun runs for the defenders in a row right now. The econ on the offensive side is not doing too hot. Kerr gonna pull out that Marshall again. I mean, if he can go 1-for-1 with that thing, it's a small victory, but gonna leave his money, you know, again, if they manage to lose this round. Actually, are they full saving? I see a Spectre and a Marshall. Looks like a half buy. That Spectre keeps getting bought and sold by Mini and is taking me out, but gonna end up settling with using it. So likely going to be 9-8 by the time this round is over, unless a miracle happens. As we do see a Raze ult that could open things up, but unlikely. I think it's used on the save round.
Oh no, they're gonna get blinded. Not exactly having the best time. Kura misses his shot, pulls back, is dropped the half.
You can tell he wanted that. He really wanted that.
Yeah, he was. I mean, must be kicking himself right now. Does look like one does get healed back up. Kura still half health. Nas pushing in quite aggressively though.
They have C, they just don't have the spike.
Spike being transported all the way back from spawn. It's going to take a couple of more seconds, but that's going to allow
15 seconds of bomb time that you just lost out on.
And that's 15 seconds where the defense are going to start pushing in into this site, trying to deny you. And there we go. There goes the Brimstone ultimate. Orbital strike comes down, and they're going to have a great time. Bomb buddy's out there as well, and it's going to deny a lot of area. You're not going to have a good time getting in there, and that's a huge misplay from the attack. They had that site, they had the execution, except the most core key component of an attack, your spike.
I mean, they don't even end up getting... I mean, you can argue, hey, the Brimstone was way ult the second they went for the plant, but wasted so much time letting the defenders just get in the exact position that, you know, they want to retake from. Whereas you force out that Brimstone ult earlier, you get the spike down, you still get another ult point, you get money off of that.
I mean, in the end, they didn't really know they were going to plant it at all. They were still moving in, and they still were trying to secure their own location and move into back into C, trying to retake it. Just taking that long really opened it up to the defenders and gave them the opportunities and thus the time in order to just re-execute and retake that whole location by themselves.
Yeah, definitely a misplay, really, I think, coming in from them there. And you could tell that they were, you know, playing up like they were planting, and then someone must have been like, oh crap, Pop's still in spawn, which... But there's Mini finding the entry onto Jasper in garage. Going to be quickly taken over by Nas, I believe, in that garage window. Tripwire gets popped in long. Jack's able to take him out down there. But the site's going to be given up right there as the Razes trade nades. Good ice is coming out from the attackers to choke everyone up in this CT area right now. As the spike will be planted in a 4v4. 3 ults available for each side. More importantly, though, the defenders have the res here. But, oh! Great usage of an ult right there by Mini. Gonna take out one and get the second with a satchel. Oh, that's someone's asking in their Discord or Mumble, whatever voice program you use, why is Raze in this game? Jack's gonna be able to take out Mini right there. And the Cypher ult coming out, gonna give away those last positions. May or not be enough though, as Nuts able to take out Jax and Arkin, and we are back to a tie game.
insanely close between these two teams. SEAL Team 6 and Eggs. Just neck to neck right now here in what I believe to be lower bracket finals.
Yeah. Lower bracket semis, this is. So
lower bracket semis. So we still have a whole lot of games left available to us tonight, but I think this is the last game that on our broadcast.
Yeah, the rest you can catch over on Full Circle after this. They'll have the, I think they're playing the winners finals over there right now, and then they'll be taking losers finals and grand finals after that. With that match is between Shidiots and Bird Bombers, two teams we did see throughout the course of this tournament. I believe Shidiots are slightly in the lead right now. That's on Split, which I'm glad we don't have to cast. So,
hey, Split's not a bad map, man. You're just biased. You're just biased.
I'm biased towards good gameplay, maybe.
Hey, man, if Split was such a bad map, why are they playing it? That's what I thought. So, we're going to be looking at these guys push up onto C. Transporting that spike and rotating it all the way back. Does look like they're going to rotate over to A instead, or maybe a different angle for a push onto B. Doesn't look like B is something they want to be able to push into right now, considering the amount of traffic it has moving along. But with 3 members and 40 seconds left, well, 3 members deciding where to go, but 40 seconds left. Does look like they're a little bit indecisive on how they want to attack this.
Yeah, we're going to see a breach all go off into garage right there. Unfortunately, not going to hit anyone, and it's just going to telegraph the push. 3 people already waiting in on C. Should be difficult to push into. The Tremor and the wall coming out, stalling them so well in there. Lucid ends up with a kill onto nuts. Here comes Gia with the jump rocket launcher.
Oh, no.
Only going to take out 1 in Kura, but gets a second with that Phantom right on Sealy, leaving 3rd onto Nas in long. Only 1 left. Jasper will finish that round off. The Reaver Vandal. Dark energies swirling around, I think that was Minnie's corpse right there, but 10-9, and we see
potential on Raze is absolutely crazy. The fact that her kit is just completely loaded with explosives and the ability to rocket jump up into a even bigger bazooka shot right down and probably taking out 1 to 2 enemy teammates at once. It's crazy. She just has so much to her, and she has mobility. She's got kill potential. She's got, control in the sense that if she puts a C4 out, she can detonate it anytime she wants. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I was having some discussions with some friends about, how good Raze is and, how good she may be in competitive, because she no longer has the ridiculous power she had with the double grenades. But I think we've been seeing today that she's been consistently on the top of the scoreboard, and, as much as you want utility, you do need someone who's going to come and frag out. I think you may have been mentioning either on or off broadcast about how, sometimes you saw those fragging ops come into meta back in Siege, and I think we may be seeing the same thing with Raze as well. Just the ability to make big plays around Raze is just something that you don't want to pass up on.
You know what? I feel like Viper is just a little bit underrated. Another operator that we haven't really seen. We've seen her once, and that was in a game where we couldn't really watch properly. However, I feel that Viper has very good application on a strong defense. If you're trying to turtle up, that's really where she shines, to be honest. But right now we are pushing up with 9 seconds left on the clock. Tremor goes out, Spike. Carrot has been killed. They need to put 1 down. 3 seconds, 2 seconds left on the clock. A couple of kills go up, but no, the defense win by denying the plant and cleaning up the entire site. 11-9, 2 rounds off. It does look like Eggs are starting to pull up further into the lead.
That's SEAL Team 6 over on blue right there. But yeah,
oh my gosh, you're right.
Them winning that round really puts them, gives them that cushion. If offenses win that, you're sitting at 10-10. That's really neck and neck, but we're just getting slightly maybe more defense-sided here. They've won 5 out of the past 6 rounds after those pistol wins from Eggs on offense here. So we see a save coming out for Eggs. So this is likely going to go to 12-9 unless Kura and that Marshall can really make something big happen.
A lot of blind shots going out into the smoke. Tremors as well. A lot of bullets being spent here on that angle as they try to rotate around and maybe push back up into a bigger rotation. All 5 members are going to try to push into perhaps C.
Yeah, looks like we see 4 going up long right now. Kura's sitting in mid window with that smoke, or that scout, I mean. As a Boombot gonna walk up through there. Jax, though, finding the first kill onto Seal. Nas trades it back out. Geo finding another, and it looks like these SEAL Team 6 is just managing to continue to hold this. Might like to see the Sage res come out if they can get it. Waiting on the plant, but Jasper ready to deny it. Oh, Mini, though, finds the Sheriff one-tap onto Jasper. Takes him out there. Geo sitting at 1 health as well. Finally gets a much-deserved heal. But offense is really in this. I'm not sure what's stopping the plant.
Satchel out.
Satchel goes out over the
I think
wall.
we finally get the spike down.
Jasper gets a revive from Lucid. Lucid gets another kill, and wow, they cleaned up
collapses.
house so well. Geo with a 3K as well, just to clean out, and there we go. Collecting that another round for them, bringing themselves 1 round closer to victory.
Just a few seconds ago, that round was 4v4. And it went to a 4v0 in the blink of an eye. As you can understand why Sage wanted to get that res off. You know, next round could maybe not even get the chance to use it, but when you've got guns against pistols as cool as that Sheriff kill was, it's just not something you can really rely on. But that being said, 9-12, we're gonna need to see at least 3 rounds in a row come out from Eggs if they want to keep their tournament dreams alive. 3 ults, that's a Raze, Cypher, and Brimstone ult, all very good for pushing in and getting quick frags to open up a site really quick, but have to see how they play this out, since Geo could be a kill with a Brimstone ulti sitting in that garage.
Ooh, where's that going?
That's probably gonna. They just probably want that. That probably drops in like the cubby area on the left side of A.
Yes, I see it.
Because the Raze grenade has like that timer on it where it's not after it hits the ground, once it explodes, a lot of the times what people do with it is they don't even use the first explosion as damage. Just throw it really high up and let the 4 smaller grenades fall in on something. Since it's a lot harder to kind of tell where that's happening.
It's not a bad choice. They are going to be rotating, however. Talking about bad choices, they are dilly-dallying, but all 5 members on that attack are going to be rotating over to A. A good choice, if anything, as they try to secure this new site. Smoke bombs will be going down. Jax doesn't have much vision available to him. Trying to peek through, see if he can see anything, but to no avail. All 5 members are on A, 1 holding a flank as they push through. A couple of shots going through teammates just to try to secure anything. But right now, while they initiate that spike plant, they will be pushing through. A couple of heals go out as well. 1 more kill going down to Mini with the ultimate. And Jax gets picked up, and there goes your Cypher. 5-3 right now with the plant still on the board. Timer is going down, and it does look like Sealy picks up 1 more into Geo, one of the top fraggers in that team, and starts cleaning it out a little bit more. But no. SEAL Team 6, lock it out. Mini with a triple kill.
Admirable that they're able to win that round without having to use the Brimstone or the Cypher ulti there. Because, you know, they're still not out of the woods yet, right? Gotta still win 2 more rounds in a row to force that overtime. Gonna see the Brimstone ulti back up on the side of, or no, excuse me, that's the Raze ulti that's up for the defenders. But Brimstone 1 away, so if he gets a kill, he could very quickly, you know, use that ult to deny a plant, which you've seen him do to great effect so far.
Smoke's down.
2 rounds off from overtime, but 1 round away from victory. Who will it be? Eggs versus SEAL Team 6. SEAL Team 6 definitely have the strong advantage right now, and they are in a good position. However, will they be able to secure this? So far, it's been a bit back and forth, and most of the game up till this point has been very, very neck to neck. It could be very well so the case that we see Eggs actually pull back in and secure this win for themselves. And you know, just talking about the mirror matches that we have been seeing all day long, Alto. I think that once we have more agents on the board, they'll put in another system where obviously you can only have one of those agents in the whole game. So we'll go through a ban, a pick, and we'll eventually see only one of those agents per game.
That's an interesting theory, because on the one hand it feels like, oh, Sealy gonna get shot in the back by Jax, but things are going well for the attackers here. C is very open. That spike should be clear. No, Arkin getting the
I know exactly.
oh no, he's holding up on the on that Brimstone ulti. We saw the Cypher ult. That's gonna be very good information, knowing that no one is flanking coming out of Kuro right there. So Nas going to drop another smoke down. Still has that Brimstone ulti to deny the defuse if need be, but Mini coming up big with another 2. Jasper the only one alive. Going to pick up a second onto Nuts with a great shot over the wall. Both players here are out in long too, so this is a very good setup for the attackers. Going to be able to deny that defuse very easily. Cypher cam too? Oh, this man has to go through too much. There goes Kuro.
Pops out, pops him, and we are 1 round away from over. Just how I'd want it.
That goes there.
Shout out to our observer, Antlers, sticking it out for us all the way over in North America, as well as Alto here, of course, doing it for the love of Oceania. Thank you guys for doing your thing and supporting our scene.
Well, I'm just on a degenerate sleep schedule right now. Antlers is a normal working human who's just depriving himself of sleep for this. So let all the creds go to him.
You say degenerate sleep hours. I say real gamer hours.
We're in real A and Z hours, Oceania hours right now, as we do see an early pick out through A long on to the Sage too. So no possibility for a res, but defenders have 4 ultimates. Only 2 available for the attackers here, the Brimstone and the Breach. If they can use those correctly, they'll be able to get in, but ooh, Kura getting hit really low in C long, barely avoiding going down. Gonna be forced to get that heal there, pop a smoke, hopefully get himself out. But yeah, you can tell how much tension is in this game right now. No one wants to be too aggressive with what they're doing. That's why Kura probably was so, had such an oh crap moment when he got hit that low. Smoke gonna go down in on B to help stall that out by Nas. But we do see a lot of rotations towards A right now. No one is even on that site. It's only one sitting back there. The Breach ult gonna come out, force everyone back, even though no one's on it. They're all flooding out right now. A Heaven player getting ready to peek that, but the spike's gonna go down. Oh, and there's the Brimstone and Breach ulti. Oh, Nuts got knocked into the laser by the Breach ulti. That's wild. What an ult combo. I don't know if it was intentional, but only 10 seconds left. Gio's gonna pop that ultimate, take out Kura. The spike gets down with just enough time. And oh, there is Mini answering the rocket back onto Gio. Brimstone has ulti. This is the perfect setup to be in here. The Cypher ult's gonna reveal all of their positions. And there is Mini winning the fight. Jax takes out Sealy, but he knows Brimstone is hiding in long. But does he have the ability to do anything about it? Taps that defuse. He's walking up. Is he gonna catch him with the ult down?
Oh no, he won't have time to defuse it. He won't have time to defuse it. No, it's done.
I think he does. I think he does. That's a really good play.
No, he won't have it.
Oh, does he not? Oh,
no, he does. I don't think he has it. He does.
He got it
away. He defused the spike.
Right
absolutely
at
insane.
The wire. Such a close play. Jax coming in huge for SEAL Team 6. Takes the guess that the Brimstone was going to be hiding in the close corner instead of the long one. Catches him with his pants down, with his ult out, able to just barely save that before it goes into overtime. And that will be SEAL Team 6 keeping their run alive. They will be moving on into the losers final against the loser of Shitiots versus Eggs. But that
I don't even believe
full circle.
I don't even believe that those last few seconds of that game. Like I was a non-believer. I doubted Jax, but I fully regret it.
I think that was a 1v3 for him at some point.
It was. And
right after someone peeked out of heaven, Mini killed them, then Jax, I think, peeked in from lower, killed 2. And it was in the 1v1 with the Brimstone. He manages to win out against the bomb ticking down and the Brimstone ulti.
he had time to fake it as well. This guy either knows the timer off by heart, or he's just like that good. I'm not exactly sure what happened there. I have so much respect for this player right now. I mean, imagine if he had a real weapon. Is all I'm gonna say. You know, like.
He truly gave him a pizza to champ. But
the pizza to champ.
Enough with the league puns. As again, that will be SEAL Team 6 claiming their 4th place spot at a minimum. 5th place for Eggs, just barely missing out on that. That last match going on over on Full Circle between Eggs and Shitty is in overtime as we speak. As we saw Shitty down, managed to pull off a comeback and take them into overtime. So that game should end in a bit, and then you can catch the rest of this tournament over with them. And big thanks to them for, putting on the Showstopper Cup and having us help them cast it. But really just, want to also give out my big thanks to everyone over here. Lion, you've been with me for the past, 6 hours? 7 hours at this point, I think it's
7 hours. Exactly 7 hours we've been talking.
7 hours. Mitch, our producer, sitting silently behind the scenes, and Antlers, our observer, who I think is already on his way to work, is the true Dark Knight and unsung hero of this broadcast.
He may be speeding. I think he definitely is speeding, breaking a couple of laws in that isolation. Just don't break the law.
Yeah, hopefully we need him to stay safe to continue to
to keep broadcasting for us at these mad hours.
Yeah, but I mean,
yeah, thank you guys anyway for jumping in with us, watching the stream, and supporting our the first Valorant event in Oceania. Yet again, thank you to Alto, thank you to CappingTV, and everybody that has provided this broadcast for us, and also given me the opportunity to cast for the first broadcast in this scene. And I mean, looking forward to doing more for Valorant, and looking forward to seeing more of you soon. So thank you, Alto, and don't forget to follow the guy on Twitter, and don't forget to follow CappingTV as well if you guys don't already, which I'm sure. Oh, well, thank you. But but if anything, head over to Full Circle, watch the rest of the games. Make sure you say hi to Avril and Easy TV. Make sure you guys say hi, and we'll see you guys next time. Thank you for watching.
You need a friend, I can't help this time. I'm in trouble. It's your eyes, I can't seem to